Hit the talking live button here, and 3, 2, 1. We're on television. What's up, TV land? It's Dave and Nance
Whoa,
back in the house.
I love
Yeah.
being on TV, man. When I was a little boy and I was one of those little latchkey kids, my favorite thing to do was curl up in a ball on the floor and watch TV and think about, you know what, if I try real hard and I eat my vegetables, maybe someday I'll be on the TV. And look at us now.
Thanks, capitalism.
Yeah,
It worked out.
for
All
sure.
right, folks, welcome to the live stream. So I'm David McCarriger. This is Nance Reduda, Nance, Gavin Nance, Nance Revolution, aka the host of the Negativity Hour on Substack. You got to check out Nance. You got to subscribe to him. If you don't, we'll kill you. We've got a bunch of people here on the back end in the Zoom call. They are TU subscribers. We're going to have a conversation. Little tiny piece of that will be held over the live side, but most of that will be on the other side, the not live side. But what are we going to be getting into here today? Well, anybody who's been paying attention to my lectures over the course of the last 2 months is going to know that socioanalysis and its relation to psychoanalysis and the epistemological questions and problems of doing social science, as well as concepts like field and habitus and capital, surplus value, and symbolic capital, and the relations between these things have been a really big deal. I think that I might have unveiled part of my approach to this in that video that was pretty big. It was pretty big. It was the one Symbolic Capital and David Goggins, and gave a presentation on David Goggins. I talked about Symbolic Capital, field and habitus. But for those who have gone to the university, who might have a little taste of what's going on with all of that, chances are you got it in a different form than how you're going to get it from Theory Underground. Because for me, this is all coming through the way I read Marx against Heidegger and Heidegger against Marx in an attempt to overcome both in various ways that is then brought through Levinas and Bourdieu and Baudrillard and ultimately into the post-class fractured mass thesis. And so what we're going to be doing here is reading from a book, but it's not a normal Dave and Nance reading from a book. We've read from Das Kapital. We've read from a bunch of other books. But no, this book is a special book because it is lectures that Pierre Bourdieu gave at the Collège de France. And that means that it's eminently more listenable than Das Kapital, for instance, where your brain just kind of will fog up because it's dense to read. So obviously it's dense to listen to. Whereas when it's a lecture, it's like, it's a little bit more listenable. And so I'm inviting the subscribers here at TU just to kick back and enjoy the presentation of these ideas. Imagine that, well, I mean, you don't have to imagine. Pierre Bourdieu is here with us today. He's suited up and he is ready to kick off his seminar that's going to go for years and years and years. He is just down the hall from Michel Foucault, who's already a rock star. Bourdieu, also already a rock star. He's blown up the world with his hot take on art, being downstream from the relations of production, that taste and distinction are people think that this is some deep truth about who they are, when in reality, what Bourdieu wants you to think about is how your taste and how you distinction, how it operates, is something that is a sign of your class standing or of the class standing that you seek to occupy. Okay, so before we dive in, Nance, do you have anything you wanted to say before we get into the reading portion of this?
I do. Look, I don't know. I'm excited about the turn, and the turn is very pertinent because it has directly to do with this kind of recognition
Sure.
and this type of symbolic capital that I think we're innovating and we're developing. And I don't want to derail and spend too much time there, but I'm
I
also
think
really excited about it, and I kind of want to be like, check this shit out, guys. Um, on Front Street, like right here with everyone here on YouTube and everything.
let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking, oh no, we'll want to get into that on the back end. We'll get into it more on the back end. And so for the subscribers who joined on the back end here, and you're in the listening audience here, we'll get more into this, and you can ask us questions, of course, about the turn, but also about Bourdieu here. But the short version, I'll set it up. Nance can explain what the acronym actually stands for and the rationale behind it. I'll just say that the last week was the most difficult I have experienced at the level of organizing, trying to consolidate everything that we've learned from the last 2 years and sort of streamline that into 2025 in a way that makes sense. It makes sense for our subscribers, that makes sense for the new model, the new framework, and makes sense for bringing on Benjamin Studebaker, Nina Power, Terrence Blake, and we already have Mikey Downs. And so, it's a lot to juggle. And I basically had to reach out to everybody directly and say, the current plan, I'm not sure that we can actually execute it the way that I thought I could, because I thought we'd be further along with X, Y, and Z things by now, but because of complications along the way, blah, 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 blah. And it made me realize there's two kinds of plans. There's the kinds of plans where I feel motivated and excited about an idea, and then I put it too far off into the future. So when it finally comes around, I don't care anymore. I'm not really that excited about it anymore. And then I follow through on it, but I'm kind of motivated to do other things instead. Versus the plans where I get really excited and I'm motivated, and so I'm ready to get going right now, but then I take on too much too soon. And there was a combination of those two things for 2025. We've done this radical streamlining simplification thing, and part of the idea is just to take the spirit of TUCon and make it a monthly occasion. And so Benjamin Studebaker, Nance, and I are going to be the three main readers who are in this space called The Turn. And anybody who is a tier 3 subscriber on the new framework is going to have access to The Turn, which means that you could have a turn once per month, potentially. There will be those who are getting grandfathered in from lower tiers because you got here early, and then you'll have access to this as well. But what is The Turn? What is The Turn, Nance? Why are you excited about this idea?
So first of all, it is an acronym, and we spent a little bit of time trying to come up with the best acronym, and I think I'm happy with it.
I love it.
I think, yeah, I think that maybe that'll stay just for subscribers only for now. So if you're out there on YouTube and you're not subscribed and you're interested and you want to know what it means, just because there's this nagging question, well, what the hell does that even mean? Come over here. And we'll explain it to you, but it's an opportunity for participants of these kind of seminars, these lecture courses, these discussion groups that aren't really discussion groups, but it's kind of like a word that we use to describe them because they resemble discussion groups, but it's different. And the whole time with Theory Underground, I've been trying to like articulate what's different about it, both to myself and to other people. And one huge part of that, it's not all of it, but a huge part of that is there's a pathway, there's a directionality for me, from my perspective as just a participant. I can go from being like a disgruntled, disaffected blogger who spends an awful lot of time reading and an awful lot of time writing and an awful lot of time thinking, but it's primarily done in isolation. And I'm like producing work and I'm trying to share it with the world. But like for me personally, it was dissatisfying. And it even got to the point where I was fed up and I could no longer do that because I felt like I was just pissing into the wind. Being able to come to Theory Underground and work with other people and have confrontations even with other people and other ideas and challenges. There's this framework, and it does kind of rest on a type of symbolic recognition, which is a type of symbolic capital. Like there's
we could
pressure.
say that we could say that symbolic recognition is basically prestige, right? And
Yes,
that prestige, prestige is the thing you get when you've got when you're in a position that has symbolic capital. It has a claim on symbolic capital, right? So it's like
it's street cred, it's clout, it's, you know, there's all these words for whatever it is we're trying to articulate, but like it is the case that there's these symbolic structures in the world where it's like that guy has what I want. Yeah. I want whatever that guy has. And I think we're playing with that idea, and we're kind of developing a method to allow people to maybe get a little bit of what they want. Being at TUCon, having like the energy and the charge in the air from all the people, but also having like Benjamin Studebaker in the audience when I was giving my talk on the walls that separate us, which the audio didn't make it out, but that's okay. But I feel like that was the best talk I've ever given. And there was an interplay between myself, the presenter, and the audience, but specifically Benjamin Studebaker. Like he was also playing this role that like accelerated my ability to, I don't know, have confidence in what I was saying and say what I was saying with my chest. So yeah, just like
I guess I want to just say that this was a confirmation of our theory and experiments up until that point, and part of the idea being, if you're a working class person and you either don't see a path forward in the university, or you tried and you realize that ain't it, then well, but you might still want to present at a conference. I'll use Kier as an example. In her presentation, she talked about how she's always wanted to do something like this, right? Well, so have you, right? And so a lot of people at Theory Underground are people who never really got to do anything at a conference. But the fact is also at a conference, a lot of the time, you don't really know a lot of the folks. You're kind of presenting. They're kind of just popping in and out. Now, there can be amazing experiences, but what we wanted to do was try to set it up so that the thing we're looking for, which is like a serious engagement, that we can actually get that, and that it's not just, oh, I did my presentation and now you did your presentation and now we go off and we play pool. No, we are seriously engaged with one another's work, and not just here and now, but in doing it, either starting it now or like now we're finally meeting IRL. We've already been talking about these ideas. It opens like the way forward for the milieu to sort of get traction in a way that is embodied. And there's something about the embodied, like you're doing a presentation to a room. Maybe it's only a few people in the room. Like I'm thinking of, you know, I've got Tyler Murphy on my right. I've got Benjamin Studebaker on my left. And then I've got like 3 other people in the room. And I could name them. I'm not going to. And I'm presenting to them all. And it's just like, oh, they're very different backgrounds, but like different people are nodding, different people are laughing, different people are getting different things. The point is that it unflattens the space. Right now we're presenting, and there is a sort of flat space here, because it's like, okay, we have the people that are here on the live side, you know, so shout out to, you know, Brian Harris and David Ruiz and Federico and Mike and Will. And it's great to have you all here in the back end, but also we've got a bunch of people on the front end, including Mikey. But, you know, it's still flat in a sort of sense. I'm talking to a camera. I don't see you guys reacting live. So what we wanted to do was to make a way for that that more serious engagement to be something everyone feels. And our point is simply this. We did feel it. It was in the air. Everybody felt it. Everybody loved it. And so the idea was, okay, well, what can we do with the TU subscription approach that makes that more of a thing, more often? And the simple answer, before we kind of carry on here, is like we wanted to take the idea of a writer's workshop and murder it. Cut its throat open, throw it off of a bridge, piss on its body as it sinks into the bottom. You know, we don't want to do writers' workshops, but what we do want is to motivate people to do written pieces about the stuff that we're doing on a monthly basis, and then we will read that and feedback. You know, give constructive and honest opinions. And so basically,
honest
Nance,
feedback, honest, constructive feedback. That's so huge. Like, becoming better at whatever it is we're all trying to do requires these confrontations.
right?
And yeah, that's a huge opportunity for people to get this real deep engagement. But it's not just people taking your ideas seriously. It's also people investing in your project by saying, you could do this better. I see where you're going. And this may be where you're, like with me, like my struggles with legibility, like that, I feel has accelerated my own abilities over the last couple of years. But I wouldn't have been able to have that without you and Anne and Mikey, and like having that feedback and that pushback on what it is I'm saying in the first place. Making that available to the subscribers that are here is only going to make all of us better writers, better thinkers, better communicators.
And so the good news is that Theory Underground is about to start putting out a lot more stuff that it will be publicly accessible. And then the main thing that subscribers are getting it will be opportunities to have your work read, to get constructive feedback, to present, to join in discussions, right? Like the discussion that's going to happen at the end of today. Those kinds of discussions are going to be something for subscribers. But a lot of this stuff is going to be public, like what you have here. Like this could have been private. It was pretty close, going to be private. But then we're like, no, prefiguring the new model, let's just do it public. So I think that's pretty much what we need to say. I have to step out into the other room. Go ahead and talk while I'll be right back. And then we'll get it going.
Then we'll get into Pierre Bourdieu's collected addresses, classification struggles. Here's a little interesting little anecdote I can share with you, everyone that's here right now. Last night I had friends and family over for a Thanksgiving dinner, because that's a thing that normal, well-adjusted people do, is they celebrate holidays, right? So we had people over for dinner. We hung out, and it was cool. And I was talking to one of my good friends, and I've known her for a long time. And she has a very unique position. And she actually works with Steve Wozniak, who, if you know who Steve Wozniak is, that's really cool. If you don't, he's a billionaire who invented Apple computers. But last year she got COVID, and she went and was working with him, and she didn't know she had COVID until she got home. And then after she got home and she got really sick, he got COVID and he had a stroke and he almost died. And so I found out last night that one of my friends almost killed a billionaire. And I was like, fuck yeah, that's praxis. Let's go burn a Starbucks down. But it didn't happen. He's okay. He's still alive. But how about that for radical street cred, everybody? We kill billionaires.
Dude, actually, don't kill. If you know a billionaire, don't kill him or her.
Don't kill them. No, yeah.
Set us up so we can write them a nice letter.
Yeah.
We want their money. That's all. There's nothing wrong with billionaires. Billionaires have done nothing wrong. They're good people. I stand billionaires. I would rather have billionaires than kings. And that's the only two options that we've ever had. Everything that the left has ever tried to propose as an alternative to billionaires is just new kings. And there's going to have to be some other kind of a solution, unless Benjamin Studebaker could be king. That's the only way that I would go for it. Or if there was someone who would be king who would like take him seriously as an advisor, I guess I could work with that. But otherwise, it's monarchy or you know, capitalists. I'll go with capitalists for now until we can figure out the solution.
Like this diffuse, like algorithmic king, like where it's just a workerism and it's like this centralized intelligence, like Cybersyn in Chile. Like that probably would have been cool, but it also would have just it would have been like, no, you're just doing what the computer tells you to do.
Dude, it'll be like 100 years from now, and it'll be like an AI that looks and sounds like Haas, and he'll have built up his audience. He'll have built up his audience so bigly. All right. Now we're joking around, but let's get to it. Lecture of 28th of April, 1982. I'm not going to probably be reposting this as a standalone video. Like most of the most important stuff that happens at Theory Underground, we just do it live and then it's available after the fact. So timestamp that, please. Somebody timestamp where we actually get into it so people can skip past the part where we're having fun. But now that we've sort of opened it up and I hope everybody kind of has a sense that new things are coming and you can be excited about it, we're going to get after it. Lecture of the 28th of April, 1982, Teaching Research, the Logic of Research, and the Logic of Exposition. What is classification? Classifying the classifying subject, constructed divisions and real divisions, the insult. And as I was saying before we got into the whole thing, imagine Pierre Bourdieu at his absolute peak, his absolute prime. He's suited up and he's got an audience of people who are, critical theorists, sociologists, psychologists, psychoanalysts, biologists, chemists. He's really got a diverse audience, including journalists and people who came in off the street. And he is going to try to give a general introduction to sociology while at the same time doing he's going to try to solve some of the problems that have been around for social theory since its inception. And it begins. I have given the course of lectures that I am going to teach over the next few years the title, A Course of Lectures on General Sociology. This might sound distinctly pretentious if we emphasize the universal nature of general sociology, yet extremely modest if we draw attention to the course as a series of lectures. The very notion of teaching a course, as I would define it in sociological terms, necessarily implies a modicum of modesty. My aim might best be understood as a study of my own research. I am obviously not the best placed person to lecture on what I do, because there is, it seems to me, a certain contradiction between teaching and research, between the complex and subjective nature of research and the simplification demanded by the very nature of a taught course. Thus, what I propose to offer will not be a course in the strict sense of the term, yet it will be a course in the more modest sense of the term. In fact, to explain more clearly the title that I have chosen, I would call it an axiomatic view of my own research, showing the articulation between the fundamental concepts and the structure of relations that connects these concepts. I just want to say, quick aside here, this whole humble, hey guys, I'm doing a modest course. So you got to think about Ferdinand de Saussure and his general course on linguistics. And basically, or you could think about Aristotle with the book on politics or the book on poetics or the book on rhetoric. Basically, Bourdieu's saying, don't worry, guys, I'm not doing that. It's just a humble course. But what he just said he's going to do is something that I'm pretty sure he doesn't think anybody else has done. And as soon as you understand his theory, if nobody else has done what he's saying he's going to do here, then this does make it the most fundamental crash course you'll ever get your hands on. So he's doing this this humble thing. And if you understand his theory, when you disavow the symbolic capital you get from doing something, it only intensifies it. And so he's actually sitting here just supercharging this course by leading out all humble.
Humble bragging, dude.
Humble brag. Basically, I have taken the liberty of using the excuse of teaching a course in the ordinary social sense of the word in order to do something that I would not normally risk undertaking. That is, attempt to present the major lines of force of my whole research enterprise. Right? And so this is why this series is so much more important, I think, than reading something like Distinction. It's already common knowledge that the best way to read Lacan is not to mess with the Acree. In fact, Zizek and McGowan both say don't read the Acree. Lots of other Lacanians say that you'll just burn out. It's a waste of time. You should just read his seminars. The Acree was not really meant to be read, at least not by us. The seminars were given to a mixed audience, though, especially after seminar 11. That's where it really gets mixed. Okay, well, these were also mixed, and the book Distinction is like his hot, heavy take on the art scene. And of course you can read between the lines and tease out something epic there, but it's a lot of extra compared to what he's going to do here, which is very streamlined. Okay. Over the next few years, I shall explore a certain number of key concepts, both in terms of their conceptual mechanisms and in terms of their technical function for research. I shall take the notion of a field, and on the one hand, situate this notion in relation to the notion of a material field, and on the other hand, examine the relationship between the material field and the field defined as a site of conflict. So, I mean, I had half a mind to get up on the whiteboard for this so that we could take turns, and then sometimes Nance's reading and I'm like putting this stuff up on the whiteboard. For now, Nance, I think just make sure to there's certain notes that we should be taking. And everybody who's listening, look, some of you are treating this like, you're just waking up, you're just getting going, and so you're listening to this as you just get going. I don't want you to feel the pressure to take notes or anything. This is Saturday morning cartoons on Sunday for some folks. But for those of you who do have a piece of paper in front of you, or those workers with earbuds who are trying to imagine the relations of these concepts, just put field and then juxtapose field to material field. And then what was the other part here?
Site of conflict.
The relation defined as a site of conflict. Exactly. The relationship between the material field and the field defined as a site of conflict. And so that's interesting. So obviously, initially, I'm just going to say, okay, so is field just the abstract term, the concept, whereas material fields are going to be specific instantiations of fields. But then he's talking about this tension between those two things that creates a site of conflict. So that's interesting because that makes it something more, right? So we'll want to track that. He says, then I shall go on to examine the relationship between the notion of field and the notion of habitus. Right, so bracketing aside the relation between field and material field, now we have to think about field and its relationship to habitus, okay? Very important. These are potentially the two most important words for him. Which will lead me to investigate what motivates and determines practices. More specifically, I shall attempt to explain what seems to me to be the logic of action that emerges from the articulation of the notion of field with the notion of habitus. Now remember, post-1968, every great French theorist is wondering about the relationship between individuals who apparently have some kind of agency and then the larger structural, material, and objective kinds of dynamics within the status quo and how social change will work. Because the old sort of ideas of if the students could just organize with the workers and shut the city down and make demands and do a general strike, they're not convinced that that's the way forward anymore because eventually everything goes back to normal. Bourdieu is on the shoulders of all those guys. He's also been there the whole time. He's been keeping up with all of their researches, and that includes Lacan and Derrida and Foucault, right? But he's going to try to be more Marxist than the Marxists around him because he's not going to be dogmatic about his categories. He's going to reassess the classification techniques that are being employed by the Marxists and all the sociologists around him. And he's going to try to bring it back to the question of what motivates and determines practices. So if you're taking notes here, underneath habitus, I would draw a little line down and add motivation / action / practices, right? Now, traditionally, motivation would be understood in psychological terms. Motivation would be understood in economic terms. And what he's doing with socioanalysis throughout the course of these seminars is he's thinking, okay, but what about when motivation cannot be understood in the clinic outside of the context of the field in which a person finds theirself, not just the position in the field where they find themselves, but also the positions on their horizon of possibility that they're actually moving towards. Whether consciously or less consciously, you are in a position and you are moving towards another position. If you are a teenager and you are headed towards your mid-20s, those are two positions in the social field. What gets you from point A to point B and how it will be understood by yourself, by your family, by the big other, by friends, etc. Something about that is going to come down to the kinds of fields you traverse, the kinds of positions you inhabit along the way. If all you do is play video games until you're 25, and everybody knows that, well, maybe you've moved up in some kind of video game social field. Maybe you've leveled up, you've become some epic player. But also, if by the time you're 25, you have a PhD, well, then that's going to say a lot, right? And so the point is that when we're talking about your motivations, it's not just your own psychological or subjective structure. That structure is a response to the field you are in, between, and the one that is on your horizon of possibilities, right? And so we want to get outside of you and think about not just individuals versus groups, but the social current, the river, so to speak. But we want to make that a lot more complicated. It's not just a river, right? This is this river with its own sort of tendencies and flows, with its own sort of force fields. It's not just something that you navigate like a fish or a leaf. No, it's also something that is structured by the institutional matrix, right? Whether we're talking about school or the prison, or the way that the school and the prison work together, right? And then we could add on to this all these other institutions. But school and prison, take those as metonyms for the ideological versus repressive state apparatuses, right? And so the point is that you've got ideological and repressive state apparatuses. They're not, and Benjamin Studebaker is really good at pointing this out in his new book on legitimacy, they're not unified. The ruling class is not unified in its interests. It has its own little conflicts. And so there's not just like this, oh, the ruling class has the ideological apparatuses and it has the repressive apparatuses. No, those are also internally split. And Studebaker goes into that when he's talking about the relationship between legitimacy and ideology. And by the way, he's doing like a book launch thing first week of December all over the UK. So Federico and Will, you all should be very excited to get with Benjamin. I would be like a deadhead following him from event to event, trying to roadie for Benjamin. Absolutely. Try to get there. Try to go with him. It's going to be awesome. He's going to do an event with the Platypus. He's going to do a teach-in for the Platypus Boys. He's going to do something at Verderon with Pierre and Nina. He's going to do something with Sublation, probably with Ashley Frowley, I imagine. Who knows? But he's going to do some other stuff with some other people, and he's going to be at a bunch of different universities. Okay, so to bring it back, the traditional way of looking at the social it's like, oh, well, there's individuals and then there's the groups. And then we can understand the groups and the ways that they think by polling people and running surveys and then doing statistical analyses. And Bourdieu is going to say, yes, that empirical research is very important, but the most important thing that happens in the social field cannot be seen. It cannot be seen by empiricism. It cannot be seen by the positivists. It cannot be deduced from encounters with individuals and then aggregated into some lump sum that is then called the social. No, the social has its own force, its own tendencies. It's bigger than us. You know, he's not the first person to say this. Marx and Durkheim and Weber were all aware of this, but this is what makes sociology distinct from psychology, is that it's not just adding up a bunch of psyches, right? The social has its own quality.
As an emergent being or something. Maybe
Yes.
not being, but it has an emotion, an emergent life activity.
And we could even reverse the tables there and say that psychology and everything about it is emergent off of the social.
Yeah.
Which is like the much more like, whoa,
Well,
not
look,
American
man,
way of thinking about it.
I mean, that's my stance, right? With like all this kind of stemming from this, it's the back and forth, right? It's the negative space that lives in between us. That's where all the magic happens. So of course it's emergent. The call isn't coming from inside the house.
I think we've got a Haas boy in the chat who said, "Digital Con demands tribute." Everyone, make sure to pay up. We don't want to have our heads chopped off and our blood drank by the barbarians around the fire or whatever. We'll pay. We'll pay. We'll pay. Yeah, Mongol universalism, baby. Let's go. All right. Let's get back at it. So then he says, and finally, I shall try to show the relations between different types of field and different types of capital. So far, the main three things that he's saying that this is going to be about is the difference between field and material field, and understanding that difference as a site of conflict. The field and habitus. We want to think about habitus as a way of understanding motivation, action, and practices socioanalytically. And then we want to think about the relation between the different types of fields that there are and the different types of capital. And I think this is absolutely crucial. And so this will be a really big thread that we follow through in this series. Obviously, he thinks so as well. But typically when people think of capital, they think of like one kind of capital. They think of economic capital. They think of surplus value and its exploitation. They think of the means of subsistence and the means of production and the mode of production. What he is going to do is say, yes, that's a very important kind of capital. It's obviously like the dominant form of capital, but within the halls of power, and also within every bureaucracy, but also every institution, everywhere where there are people with some share in power, there are other forms of capital operative, and most of the time, when they are functioning at their best, it is in a relationship of utter disavowal of economic capital, which means that if aliens were to come down to Earth and look at human societies across the last 10,000 years, and they would notice a pattern, a sort of resemblance across times, where they'd see like this sort of priest class, and it would always have some share of power, and that power is almost always in its rejection of economic capital and its claim on some kind of knowledge, right? And then art, for art's sake, is going to be throughout these lectures sort of a theme constantly returned to, because art for art's sake is the extreme articulation of this disinterested disavowal of the economic, right? Which means that it's very easy for artists to be anti-capitalists. It's very easy for bohemians who would have been part of the priest class in some other age to be anti-capitalists. It's not just easy. Their symbolic capital that they can acquire if they play the game right is dependent on it. Ian McKay is a perfect example of this.
Yep.
Every punk is a perfect example of this. I'm not saying that the punks knew this and that this was all some like, haha, guys, we could actually get rich by rejecting economic motivations. No, that's not the point at all. Punks were doing their utmost to do something other than what the hippies had done. And what we can learn from their attempts is in part what Bourdieu is teaching us here about how there's a kind of symbolic capital that comes from a disinterested disavowal of economic capital, but at a certain point, it can be transferred. I don't want to say transferred, transmuted into economic capital. So, the example of that with Ian McKay is that he's a millionaire now, right? Does he have an ethical operation that tries to really give the musicians involved with him their fair share and do everything all above board? Of course he does. And he's had like a hardline DIY ethos for his entire career. And he never took the easy way out. As a child of upper middle class parents, he could have just done the easy way out and moved through the institutions and acted like he was being radical. But instead he was like, no, I'm gonna fucking scum it up with the underclass, and we're gonna make something beautiful just with our own bare hands. And so, yeah, there's something special there, but there's the street cred and the clout that comes from that practice is itself unintelligible without reference to symbolic capital. And then his status as a millionaire now is it doesn't actually make sense. You would just think, oh, he's a sellout. No, he's not a sellout. He's just living proof of what Bourdieu is saying about how that symbolic capital that comes from disavowal of economic capital can eventually cash in on some economic capital once that position has really established itself and you have your own sort of self-legitimating name. You want to say anything for your boy, Ian McKay?
Yeah, just that his dad was like a journalist and he had every opportunity to do the thing and be the PMC kid, but he saw something. And it is because like his freakish devotion to like creating something in the world rather than just like taking whatever was offered to him. He created the hardcore scene today. He created the emo scene today. Like there's so many, especially young men or men that are in our age category that like owe so much to him. Yeah, he's an important guy. I'm excited to write more about him.
We hope to meet him. We hope to interview him. We hope to have sex with him. I don't know. We'll hopefully get to suck him off in a back alley behind his like record store. I don't know. But with that said, like I think he would be interested in this analysis. I genuinely think he would be. Okay, so we'll continue. These are only the chapter headings, right? The chapter headings being the difference between field and material field, field and habitus, fields and capital. But I wanted to mention them in order to provide the framework for my reflections this year on something that seems to me to be an essential precondition for any attempt to establish a theory in the social sciences, that is, the relation between the scientific subject and his or her object, and more precisely the relation between the scientific subject as subjective intelligence and the object of his or her studies, which is a set of subjects in action. And I think that this is a crucial point. I go in depth into that in my last 2 lectures in Sociology 101. My subscribers have access to those lectures. Basically, I talk about the difference between the natural sciences and the social sciences, right? In both cases, there are scientists analyzing an object. Scientists analyzing an object, trying to have a conversation with one another, right? And this is complicated because scientists are human beings, which means that they can lie to one another and they can also lie to themselves and they can also be mistaken. And they have their own motivations that they understand, and then there are other motivations they do not understand, and that's the point of socioanalysis, is to try to understand those other motivations, which is what Bourdieu is all about. The thing is when it comes to the natural sciences, there's the community of scientists, and then they have to deal with the fact that they are human and flawed. It gets infinitely more complicated when the object that those scientists are analyzing is itself humans. Because then they can lie to themselves, and they can lie to you, and they can be mistaken, and they cannot fully know their own motivations. That's not the case when you're studying flora and fauna in nature. Right? Like the deer doesn't lie to you. It just runs away, right? It hides. It acts paralyzed. The tree doesn't lie. Look, there is this way in which nature sort of hides under its appearances. And good science is always trying to get beyond the appearances in the phenomenal world and then figure out the internal mechanisms or the essence of the things that are being revealed at the level of appearance, right? But just because they're hiding their inner mechanisms, these natural objects, doesn't mean that they're purposely hiding them from us. It doesn't mean that they have the ability to keep lying to us. Once we open it up and lay it out on the table, it's there. It's there. It's empirical, right? You can't open up and lay out the person on the table. People are infinitely more complex than this. And part of what Bourdieu is going to do is say, well, we don't just rely on surveys. He's a big advocate for surveys, and we who want to do alien anthropology, which is a whole conversation happening here for the subscribers, yes, absolutely, we want to do that empirical research. But those questions are going to be a waste of time if you do not understand, as a social scientist, that part of what you're trying to get at is the field itself. Okay. A set of objects in action is just to say that the object of the social sciences is a set of subjects in action, I think is a very important line. It's worth writing down in your notes. In order to formulate these questions without being unnecessarily theoretical, I propose to examine one of the procedures fundamental to all the social sciences, the operation of classification. Any social science that needs to use statistical analysis and draw on it in order to make comparisons between different constructed classes is obliged to divide the populations that are its objects into classes. And I intend to examine this procedure by comparing it to what we find in the natural sciences, for example, in biology, zoology, or botany, and by trying to determine more precisely the relations between the classifications produced by scholars, the conditions that led them to produce these classifications, and the classifications the social agents put into practice in their everyday lives. Short version, we understand ourselves, us, the social scientists, understand ourselves through classifications. We did not invent those classifications based off of some objective point of view, and we also didn't base it off of our own everyday experience. No, those classifications were handed down to us by tradition, and we've used those to sort of cherry pick the data of reality in a way that confirms those classifications. A truly rigorous approach to the social sciences, but really to what I care about here, socioanalysis, is going to critically suspend our classifications to the best of our ability and then rework our way through the material. And that you can never rework your way through the material without classifications, but you can critically suspend them and then move between classification frameworks and categories and try to think through, do they really make sense here and now? And he's talking about class, right? Class, working class, bourgeoisie, for instance, would it make sense if we didn't already have this idea of classification coming from biology, zoology, and botany? And so what he's going to say is he's surrounded by people who just want to think of everything in terms of proletariat versus bourgeoisie, where these become sort of analogies for oppressed versus oppressor, or dominated versus dominator, and that he's not really happy with this. This is a really cheap analogy. These are hand-me-down concepts from tradition, a tradition that goes back to a land before the kinds of times that he's in, and those times that he's in are the 1980s, which are, peak consumerism. And capitalism is functioning differently. By the time the 80s roll around, there's already been 50 years of Walter Lippmann through Edward Bernays to Joseph Goebbels to develop public relations and propaganda ways of using technological developments to curate our environment, which is to say the medium. And the medium was becoming increasingly cybernetic and already trying to harvest big data to try to manipulate groups and individuals. And he's already aware of all of this. And he's also aware that we're entering something kind of like what Baudrillard will later kind of concretize, which is the mass, right? This recalcitrant mass that cannot be understood through surveys or political science, which we've developed we've put some flesh on those bones, right? With gerrymandering, Befindlichkeit, and our take on the medium through Baudrillard, from McLuhan through Baudrillard, as well as Burnham and Ehrenreich and the sort of PMC analysis, the historical and material developments of that mediating strata and its role, its function in the schooling system and the media. He's aware of these things, but really he's doing the groundwork for a more rigorous conception of the post-class fractured mass. And if we don't want to just stay forever at the level of post-class fractured mass, but want to find new ways of organizing, right? Well, then that's going to require this rigorous critique of classification itself. Not a critique in the sense of we shouldn't be classifying, that's totalization. That's the dumb critical theory college kid approach. He's going to go much, much, much deeper, and we could call it an immanent critique. Yeah, what would you like to say to that, Nance? Before I'll probably have you lead off with this next section and read a few paragraphs.
Just like with critiquing classification, like we can't help but think and see in classifications and in categories. So it's like reclaiming our ability to think. Not just doing the thing where you perform, oh yeah, you can't say that, you can't think in categories, you can't oppress me, you can't totalize me. Like, of course we want to try to escape the tendency to do that, but that's what language is in the first place. That's what these structures necessarily do to us. So it is up to us to find a way to make them convivial institutions, to make them life-affirming institutions, to make them emancipatory institutions rather than totalizing and instrumentalizing institutions that they are today and that they have been all along. Teaching research. I would like to take advantage of the fact that this is my first lecture in order to attempt a captatio benevolentiae, as classical orators used to call it, to try to justify my approach in advance. I don't know if the approach that I propose to follow is ordinary or extraordinary, but it is the only way that I can operate. Although I readily admit that a lecture is never more than a teaching exercise, I shall endeavor to make mine as unlike a taught course as possible. I hope to be able to neutralize the neutralization effect that teaching almost inevitably engenders. For even when called direction of research, teaching creates something of a fiction, an artifact. We work in a vacuum. For we present the results of our research rather than explain our methods of research. I cannot escape the general rule, if only because of the structure of the space within which I am speaking and the diversity of my audience. But as far as I can, within the limits of the freedom allowed to me as a social agent, I would like to neutralize these effects by anticipating them in two ways. On the one hand, by drawing on concrete examples. That is, my experience as a scholar in the research that I am engaged in, or on social experiences directly accessible to the majority of my audience, and on the other hand, by counting on the complicity of my audience. I shall, of course, be obliged to conduct a monologue. This is the very logic of our situation here. But I would like to encourage a form of dialogue, for example, by way of questions put to me either orally at the end of a lecture or in writing at the start of the next lecture, so that I can, wherever possible, clear up misunderstandings and reply to objections or questions. Or say that I am unable to answer the question, which will no doubt often be the case. This is not a mere rhetorical flourish. I really would welcome any kind of feedback, whether in conversation at the end of the lecture, if you feel so bold, or in the form of written notes for those less brave.
I just want.
Is
I love that.
That's
I
a
love that.
dude. Yeah, yeah. That's a masterclass. And he's doing the thing here again. He's like, look, there's limits to the medium that I am using, that we are engaged. The space that we're in right now limits us. But as the cognizant, thinking agents, subjects, we can be aware of that, and we can harness the tendencies, and we can actually allow those limits to become artistic constraints, right? So we can approach the thing more appropriately and more excellently. I think that's a beautiful fucking paragraph, dude. Because I do that too. Like I preamble, and I try to preempt questions, misunderstandings, and shit like that, so that what I'm trying to say can make it through the noise of disagreement and dissatisfaction. And that paragraph is a fucking masterclass in preamble, dude. Like,
dude, no, that's part of the joy of reading Bourdieu. I've been geeking out on Bourdieu like all year. Yeah. And I kept trying to focus on other things, but I just keep coming back to these seminars because it's actually just a joy to read him. But it is partially because of this meta conversation he's always having with his audience. Dude, it never stops. In fact, like I've been considering writing a book about teaching just based on like Bourdieu on the contradictions of teaching or something like that, because it's like this thread that I find so enjoyable throughout all of his work is like he's always kind of like hystericizing his ability to do the thing. And a part of what he's trying to do here is combat the sort of dogmatic acolyte thing he's seeing form around these other lecture givers in the scene at the time, where it's like they take from the lecture and they go, oh, that's the thing. And he's going, no, it's an attempt to convey results of the thing, but what you're not seeing is the process that produced the thing. So it's a kind of dialectical point.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then how
of course, for those less brave, I think he's like, that's him saying like,
yes,
don't be that guy. Don't blow up the spot. Don't be the foolhardy, naive young person who thinks you know more than the master. But he's doing it empathetically and compassionately, rather than like sit down and shut up. He's like, hey, you might want to sit down and be quiet.
Yeah. Well, and he's like, yeah, you could ask those questions at the end of the lecture if you feel so bold. Also, part of that is like, it's like, I mean, on the one side, he is acknowledging that it is bold. And that could mean that it's either brash or courageous, depending on the person. And so he's acknowledging that. But at the same time, he's also kind of like saying, you are taking a risk speaking up at the end of this, because we're all here and we're all thinking very deeply about this. And so, think about it before you say it. And then, but I want to just say, this is something that should be said at the beginning of every lecture course. If you don't want students interrupting you as you proceed, there's nothing worse than someone just shooting up their hand to ask something that's tangential when you're holding multiple threads and trying to like weave them all together while holding the room. And so it's like, it's called get a piece of paper and a pen like a fucking adult, write it down, right? And of course, I'm just never going to be as nice about it as Bourdieu, but he's suave. He knows what he's doing. And maybe I could learn from him. Okay, let's continue.
Take notes, bitch.
Yeah.
This concern to avoid following the logic of the taught course as far as I can will have an impact on the rhetorical style of my discourse. The paradigm of the lecture is the aggregation lecture, which I have analyzed elsewhere in sociological terms and which I wish to avoid. It is an exercise designed to be impregnable. The professor who delivers it is quite unassailable. Engaging in research is quite the contrary, for rather than taking every possible precaution, it implies laying oneself bare with all one's weak points and insecure arguments, since scientific progress, by definition, requires us to lower our guard and prepare to be criticized. Breaking with French-style teaching will lead me to use a different mode of expression, sometimes hesitant or pedestrian, one that experts in French rhetoric might call laborious, long-winded, or cumbersome. I shall not hesitate to be pedestrian when the situation calls for it, although I shall not do so on purpose. French-style teaching insists so much on wit, elegance, distinction, and lightness of touch that it accustoms its audience to be satisfied with arguments that gloss over the truth, particularly social truths, as long as it produces a cozy feeling of shared intelligence and equal intellect. Both speaker and listener enjoy a feeling of mutual understanding, and both feel that they are colleagues collaborating in a significant intellectual event. Welcome to the internet, motherfuckers. That's all anyone is doing. That's why we need to be critical of all these things, and we do need to be doing like this meta conversation at the same time that we're doing the conversation itself, so we don't turn into fart huffers, so we don't just come and huff each other's farts and feel good about it and like posit, vast political structures that involve, life-changing decisions for young people, because we so often fetishize youth and say they're going to solve all the problems of the world. And, let's get them signed up for this radical program. That's really nothing but fart huffing.
I like how he ties in. He says, at times it'll come across as hesitant or pedestrian. This will be a continued thread throughout the thing, because he'll say, look, if I say it this way, you're all going to think I'm grossly oversimplifying. But if I actually say it the other way, well, then I'm going to lose almost all of you. And so he's constantly playing on this sort of bind between talking in a pedestrian versus hesitant sort of way. Yeah. And I think that it's not laborious or long-winded or cumbersome if you get why he's doing it, and if you haven't tried to communicate with people who are a mixed audience of those who are way ahead of you, who are much deeper into other things off to the side of you, or who are just walking in the door, brand new to the whole discourse. If you don't feel like the bind. The sort of like, oh my God, how do I talk to such a diverse audience? Well, then you might not care. And if you can't follow a long train of thought because you're functionally illiterate, welcome to the club. We all get it. It's treatable. This is a treatable malady. Yeah. But if you are there, then yes, it'll just sound long-winded. But as long as you can follow the thread, no, it's actually a relief. It's a relief to see him do it. It's also, for those of you who've felt the bind of communicating to mixed audiences, you'll feel seen, but it's not just seen. It's like, no, any professor could point to that, but he's the guy who's the theorist of why it's a problem.
Elevating it. Yeah, he's saying like, no, this is legit. Like, you're right to have this, whatever weird tension you're feeling. It's a correct, like you're on the right path here. And it's joyful. Like, I love language. I love playing with language. I love playing with meaning. And I much prefer this almost conversational style to just like a dry, like antiseptic stuff. Although, like, I also love reading Marx. I don't think Marx is overly sterile either.
No, but he doesn't lend himself to this kind of thing quite as well. Yeah. Like when we were trying to take notes, that was a lot more complicated. Right here, I've got some great notes. Field versus material field, field versus habitus, fields versus capitals, results versus methods, hesitant versus pedestrian. And part of the reason that I can do notes this way is that he teaches through opposition, because he is, and this is part of his theory that obviously he gets from Marx as well as all the other sociologists whose shoulders he stands upon. He gets he realizes you can't understand things without understanding their tensions between themselves and other things. Like things are only intelligible not as standalone, but as in relation via tensions, right? This is a more dialectical understanding. Yeah. So then, I'll read a couple. He says, in scholarly research, as I understand it, we have to be prepared quite often to feel foolish, incapable, idiotic even. Nance, this is perfect. We're so ahead of the game.
we're on it, dude.
Yeah. I shall return to the word idiotic, which has considerable social importance. The best kind of philosophy teaches us to open ourselves up completely and adopt a stance of absolute ignorance. Many theses and treatises hope to impress by claiming to do this. I know that I do not know. And by the way, someone could take that scene from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure where they read that Socrates says, I do not know that I do not know that, that's why I'm wise. And then they go, dude, that's us. And then tie back the fact that I just did that with Nance.
It's us.
So, so we are Bill and Ted. There we go.
Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
So he says, many theses and treatises hope to impress by claiming to do this. But few scholars actually put this into practice. In sociology, this virtue of ignorance, this learned ignorance, as Nicholas of Cusa called it, is especially important if we wish to investigate the most basic topics, as I shall do today, in questioning, for instance, the notion of law, of the right and the just. And then in parentheses, he says, what is the law? What do we mean when we refer to someone as doing something in the name of the law? And the notion of nomination. What does the word nomination mean in the kind of sentence that we read casually every day, but which ought to make us stop and think, such as the President of the Republic has nominated one of his friends director of the Banque de France. This, I think that's just like the Bank of France.
Like the bank, yeah.
Yeah. This laborious process of argumentation, the very antithesis of the elegant style as defined by classical and scholarly tradition, will sometimes be thrust upon me, but will almost always be intentional, and since I am in a position of authority here, will have to be accepted by my audience. Based. He's like, and I have the authority to do it, so you're just going to have to deal with it. But he's saying, look, I'm going to break from this sort of elegant, polished, I have it all figured out way. I will, in my hesitant and sometimes pedestrian sounding approach, be doing this on purpose because there's like this sort of learned ignorance about things like the question of right, the question of justice, the question of law. He's saying good socioanalysis suspends such terms and subjects them to the most rigorous analysis, not just as standalone concepts. You have to understand their material and historical genesis. You also have to understand how your use, or say the definition that you're using when employing any one of these terms, is itself the result of conflicts, right? The victors have had an influence, and now you're using this term, okay? So in the same way that he's going to be critical about the classifications he's using, he's also going to be doing this with these concepts of justice and law, etc. And it's important to think he is post-Wittgenstein. He's post-Heidegger. He's post Derrida and Lyotard. So this sort of super care he takes to the terms that he's using comes from an awareness, right? An awareness of the linguistic turn. But of course, he wants to bring it back to the material relations of production and the mode of production that those rest upon. So what about nomination, though? What is nomination? Is nomination when you say we're going to use this word for that?
So nomination, the way he's using it is like when you suggest, like if we were having a conversation about
it's like a
who is gonna
promotion.
do this thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's a promotion, but so nomination, like naming. Nomination, it also means like naming. So the nomination of a thing is the naming of a thing. So like in this context, like this nomination means like, oh, I suggest like, hey, there's 20 people here. Who's going to go get the pizza? I nominate Rudy to go get the pizza. Like that's the nomination. Or in the thing, like the country is like, who's going to run the bank? And the president's like, I nominate my homie, Jacques.
Which is what he just did, right? Which is what he just said. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. So he's saying that we also want to think of it in those terms. He says this laborious process of argumentation, the very antithesis of the elegant style, blah, 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 blah. You all have to accept it because I'm the authority here. In the material that I'm about to discuss, I freely admit that my conclusions are only provisional, some more, some less. However, they seem to me to matter less than a certain manner of thinking. I shall invoke the example of a book by Benveniste, Dictionary of Indo-European Concepts in Society, which has the end product of several years of lectures at the College of France, and for me is the epitome of something that this institution does best. Of course, I find this book admirable for the conclusions it reaches, but also for the mode of thinking it uses. You can read it in any order, or even start at the end, for the structure of the book does not reflect the sequence of the lectures. The order is unimportant, but in each of its fragments we find the same modus operandi at work. Once this has been assimilated by the reader, it becomes a tool which they can then apply to objects of study that Benveniste unfortunately did not address and continue the book themselves. The goal of the ideal course of lectures is, I think, to successfully transmit what we tend commonly to call a method, although we overwork this word so much that we tend to forget what it signifies. It is not a dogma or a thesis. There was a time when philosophers promulgated theses, but that is not my style. My aim is to articulate modes or styles of thinking that we may otherwise assimilate without being consciously aware of the process, by taking you through the simple experience of seeing them at work with all their imperfections. You see the strategy underlying my argument. I am asking you to accept in advance all the flaws in my argument and even believe that they are intentional, which will certainly not always be the case. If I had wished to follow a fashionable line of argument, for anything can be argued in an ethereal or, let us say, Parisian way, I could have held forth at length on the notion of the sketch. I would have said that I am going to draw sketches, I am going to be sketchy, and so on. However, I shall not structure things in this way, because this would dematerialize something that is undeniably real and true. I can't help but think that he's taking a pot shot at other lecturers. He's like, yeah, I could be like all Lacanian here and play on my puns like an annoying Parisian, but I'm gonna try to keep shit material, you all. Like, I think,
dude, he is doing like he's slamming his Johnson on the table, but he's very polite while he's doing it. He's like, pardon me. I don't mean to be a disturbance, but have you considered this hog? And he just rolls the fucking thing out and slaps down. Like,
no,
sorry,
it is.
Everyone, I'm sorry for being gross, but that's the best way to describe what he's doing right now.
He's putting his dick on the table, and then he's saying, look, guys, the traditional ways that we measure these things are wrong. Let me
got it all wrong. Mine's huge, by the way, by your metric.
Yeah.
But also,
but there's a better metric,
better way to do this.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I propose to close. I know you're grounded. Nance is in timeout.
Shucks. I owe Ann like $100 more for the dick jar.
Yeah, that's on tour. The dick jar got started. But Brian Harris said that we're the best with vulgar analogies. I hope that
Thank you, Brian.
anybody who's too offended will realize that we ourselves are in this tension between being hesitant and pedestrian. And sometimes that requires just getting a little vulgar to keep you all engaged. All right. So
there we go.
This is after all a live stream. And by the way, the chat's going fucking wild. You know, people are having a lot of fun. We got 30 people on the live side.
Up,
it's great
everybody?
to have you all here. I see you, Tallulah. Great to have you. Tallulah said your analogy was perfect, and she's a real lady. So, you know, if she thinks that's a good analogy. Look, at the end of the day, one of the nice things about French theory is it usually helps us show when all of this discourse somebody's doing is actually putting their dick on the table. And the thing about Bourdieu is that he's like, I know that's what I'm doing, but let me show you how to do it with suave.
Yeah.
I propose to close this what?
Swole talks shit about your thumbnail game. He said ghetto laser eyes.
You're right. I was in a hurry. They will be better next time. Swole's right this time. It's the only time I've seen him. It's the only time that I've seen him correct on anything in the last at least 2 years. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. I propose to close I propose to close this preamble with one last remark. I intend to approach one of the most fundamental exercises of research, that is, nomination or classification. But I shall do so in order to find a roundabout way of attacking a fundamental problem for sociologists, that of social class. Now that should get everybody's gears a-turning. In fact, I would say that word being presented at this point in his introductory remarks quilts everything. And before I explain why, I just want to say Swole was actually also correct about one other thing, and that is The Century of the Self is an awesome documentary. Nance tried to stream it on his channel the other day. He got copyrighted.
They cock blocked me, but after the fact, I got it said it has no effect. So I will try to restream it. I'm going to try to stream it again. We're going to
speed it up a little or something.
Yeah, but yeah, that you're right about that, Swole. Thanks for making us do that, or talking us about that until we did do it.
So yeah, he said that all of this is going to be some sort of roundabout way of attacking a fundamental problem for sociologists, that of social class, right? Everybody's thinking about class. Everybody's trying to think, oh, how does class relate to gender and sex and race and all of these other things? Yeah.
And this is after the Ehrenreichs. When he's writing this, when he's giving these addresses, is after the Ehrenreichs.
Now, I don't think he's read them, but he is in the period where the managerial revolution is obvious. Something is afoot. Power does not work the way people thought it did in the 1980s or the 1890s. Yeah.
90s.
There is a pedagogical contradiction here, but for my demonstration to function properly, you will have to try to forget my underlying intention, which is to attempt in your company to solve the problem of social classification. And yet at the same time, recognize my hidden agenda so that you can understand what it is I am looking for. In fact, I would like to encourage you to practice ignorance and engage in learning at one and the same time. There are numerous treatises on the social classes, and if any among you are disappointed with my teaching, I can offer some excellent bibliographies on the problem. What we are lacking, it seems to me, is research that aims, if not to solve the problem, as people rather pretentiously claim to do, at least to reformulate it, so that at the end of the day, we are no longer certain of what we thought we knew at the outset. If I may invoke another late, great master, it has to be Wittgenstein. We need this type of thinker who makes us unlearn everything that we know or think we know, and who makes us realize when confronted with an issue like that of social class that we know nothing or very little, although any sociologist worthy of the name is capable of delivering a dazzling course of lectures on the social classes, right? Any sociologist is able to just stand atop the shoulders of the giants that have preceded them and then just riff, and it's going to be entertaining and everybody's going to find it interesting and applicable to their lives. But he doesn't want to just do it interesting. He is seeking to get his We want class. We want to remap the territory, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Here we might call for a sociological analysis of the part played in the intellectual education of all intellectuals by the required initiation, however diverse in depth, commitment, or passion, into Marxism. I'm going to repeat that. So he's saying that we're going to have to do a sociological analysis of the part played in the intellectual education of who? Intellectuals into basically Marxism, right? Because this basic two-class theory is really easy to pick up and then apply to everything. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's pushing back. So also last night when we had people over, Jordan Peterson came up. One of my homies is a Jordan Peterson fan. And he was asking me, he's like, what do you mean? Like, you're a Marxist? Like one of those cultural Marxists? And I was like, no, dude, it's like, it doesn't work that way. But like the reason that Jordan Peterson can kind of do that meme and talk about cultural Marxism, which is maybe a rebrand of the cultural Bolsheviks. And we all know that, you know, that's a slippery slope into a very dark place. But it is like he is saying something true about the fact that there are people who say there are two kinds of people in this world, good people and bad people. And I'm a good people. And if you don't agree with me, you're a bad people. And that gets called Marxism. So when these kind of intellectuals and when these bourgeois children or when these PMC children are going into the universities and they're doing their little radical Rumspringa and they're learning about Marxism, they're not actually reading Marx. They're not actually learning proper Marxism or a proper Marxist approach. They're just learning, oh, there's two kinds of people in the world, right? Good people and bad people. That is true. And so to just hand wave away and say, well, Jordan Peterson and cultural Marxism, that's false. That's Nazi propaganda. You're missing the fucking problem, not the problem, a huge problem today with the left as such, or progressivism or emancipation or whatever. And it's cool to see it. I love to see when people who are like, they got their leftist bona fides or whatever come out and problematize that, right? Like Bourdieu is saying like, hey, like maybe we shouldn't do this oppressor versus oppressed transhistoricization thing.
Yeah, dude. So he said, however diverse in depth that initiation is, right? So he's saying, like, look, all intellectuals get initiated into Marxism. The question is how diverse. Obviously, there's going to be a spectrum of the depth that initiation will go,
Yeah.
and that he's going to assume it doesn't matter because we're going to go so hard here that whether it wasn't very deep or it was very deep, you're going to get something from this.
Yeah, we're putting that dog to sleep. Like, don't worry, we got you covered.
In fact, we need a sociology of knowledge to enable us to study the impression we may have in our 20s that we know perfectly well how to think about what there is to know on the subject of social class.
Oh, shit. Shots fired, yo.
Yeah. That impression we may have in our 20s that we know perfectly well how to think about what there is to know. And so if you're still in your 30s thinking about class more like how you were thinking about it in your 20s, then this implicates you just as much as it does the 20-year-olds who think they know what they're talking about. Yeah.
Or if you're in your 50s or 60s and you're still thinking of class, you're equally implicated.
This is a collective experience shared by almost everyone and is so completely institutionalized that it renders formidably difficult something that should be routine. That is, to approach the issue of classes in general, virtually from scratch, and reconsider what it means to classify. What is the relation between a social class and a biological or botanical class? What is the relation? And in a sort of sense, we have to question how much of that we got from Aristotle. And then we have to
chain of life.
And then we have to ask if that Aristotle is even Aristotle, or you know what I mean? There's so many problems that rise there. Now, I wanted to do a check-in with everybody. It's a check-in when it comes like on the level of points of order and time. I realized I never told my subscribers who are here with us now what time this would go until. And some of you are so new, you might not be aware of the main way that Nance and I are Lacanian in our method. And that is to say, the biggest thing we take from Lacan is the thing that got him kicked out of the Psychoanalytic Association, and that is the variable time length session, the variable session. And, you know, in his case, he would cut someone off a half hour into an hour session. They still had to pay him for the full hour. I stand that decision. A lot of people meme it like he was just doing it for money. Maybe he was, but I don't think so. I think that there's a true method to the madness there. We could get into it. I'm not going to. This stream, I'll feel the energy and go with it. I want to bring in some of the folks who are in the background towards a point in this. And I don't mean so that we can just like turn it into the discussion where we then talk for 45 minutes or an hour. No, I want Will and everyone else back there. And I want you to be able to, if you have like a specific thought or question that relates to everything that's gone up until the point when we do this little check-in, to be able to raise that. And so if you don't have a piece of paper with a pen, if you haven't written down something that you want to bring up, then definitely do so if something comes to mind. But there will be a point when we run a little cue and bring you all onto the live stream, but it won't be for very long. It'll just be a little taste of the conversation to come. And for those of you who can't really be here for the full thing, whether it's 3 or 5 hours, well, that'll be your little chance to at least say something, say hi, shoot the shit for a minute, and it'll probably go for 10 minutes or 20 minutes. Who knows? But then we'll get back to it, and we're just going to keep going because we're going to at least probably take this to the end of the chapter. And I think we're only a third of the way through right now. And so, you know, do the math yourselves. We're going to be doing a lot of talking, and then there'll be like the whole after discussion. This is what I'm living for. This is what I've been wanting to do for a long time. Nance is here for it. I'm here for it. If you're not, then you can leave. Just joking. Okay. And then we'll be, and then we'll be right back.
You guys can't actually leave. You're trapped.
No, we're going to Clockwork Orange you to the chair and make you
strap your eyeballs.
Get the Marxists, strap them down, wire their eyes, get swole to stop lifting weights for 5 minutes and force him to take this in. We'll be right back right after this commercial, guys.
Commercial break. I'm going to go make a cup of tea real quick.
Hold on, it's not working. Why is it not working?
No.
Oh, dude, there's this annoying thing. Hold on, let me fix it. Maybe like so. Right, basically, I have go make tea. I'll just explain it really quick. There's this, like I push play, and then it doesn't play. It just sits there and stalls out, and then it sort of fast forwards to catch up, and I have to figure out how to make it stop doing that because it's not the best production quality. We'll be right back.
What you are about to hear is a short DIY ad made by the Theory Underground crew, just to remind you of the best way to keep up with and support this kind of content.
If you're still listening to this, then the chances are you're enjoying it, which means you would maybe like other stuff that Theory Underground publishes. So make sure that you've subscribed and that you click the little bell. It turns out only 40% of people who subscribe click the little bell. But I think that at least 20% of the rest of y'all just don't realize how much pushing the bell really makes a difference, especially considering the fact that at TU, we tend to put stuff out without warning. You know, there's no schedule. This is coming from the space of my freedom. I just do this stuff when I can, and I don't want to live by a schedule because I'm sorry, I've got other things that are supposedly more important. All right. Well, with that said, there's also liking and commenting and subscribing. It obviously makes a difference. If you're one of those people who considers yourself a sort of recluse, well, then maybe don't worry about the commenting, but you can at least click the like button. It does make a difference. Also, if you're listening to this on the podcast, please leave us a favorable review on your favorite platform. Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
All right, and we're back, baby. At least I am. I don't know about this Nance guy. I don't know about him, but I'm back. And what I'm going to say, I think he can probably hear me, so I'll monologue for a sec. What I want to say is this. If you're just tuning in at this point and you're wondering if you should go back to the beginning and play fast to catch up, the answer is no. The short version of where we're at is that Bourdieu has a lot of suave, and he's laying out a very careful sort of research project and talking about how his lectures will relate to that research project. And he's talking about a form of Wittgensteinian, almost Heideggerian, sort of rigorous suspension of categories and concepts that have been handed down to us by various traditions that are very seductive and that lead thinkers astray via some kind of selection and confirmation bias. He wants to complicate the situation, right? He wants to do something, I think, absolutely essential if we want to do alien anthropology, to try to understand the post-class fractured mass so that we can figure out new ways of doing things. Because personally, I don't think that starting an American Communist Party or a campaign for a socialist party, I don't think it's the time. And I don't think that those are necessarily the right organizing principles or traditions, or that people who would think that they are, or even working with concepts, much less classification strategies, capable for mapping our current situation and paving a way forward. If I thought so, then that's what I would be doing right now. But I love those guys, and we'll keep having conversations because maybe we're wrong and what they're doing is absolutely essential. But hopefully our critical approach, that is to say, workers with earbuds, hitting the books and trying to be as rigorous as possible, will not be something that's just seen as bourgeois and then spat at and then shunned out the door, which is the tendency in such circles. But instead, I hope that because we have good relationships with the folks, whether it be Doug Lane or Chris Catrone or Haas or whatever, then they'll take our principled, critical, and rigorous standpoints as working class intellectuals seriously, and not just try to appeal to uneducated, what's the word here?
Disgruntled. Oh, I got some weird person outside my window.
Really?
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Hold on.
Fuck are they doing in your yard?
They're fine. It's just
let's go. Let's go. Let's go out there.
She must be having a rough morning, dude.
Okay, fair
She's
enough.
The walk of shame.
Okay, well, So what I meant, I say uneducated. I mean like there's a kind of worker who's very susceptible to simplistic and seductive concepts and classification strategies handed down by tradition. And there's a kind of hope salesman who really believes the Kool-Aid they've been drinking, who's like, I have the solution, worker. I'll come along. I'll ask you a bunch of questions, and then I've got some framework for you, and then we can get the thing going. And our approach is to say, let's give ourselves 5 years, maybe 15, to really lay the basis for something new. Marx took 30 years to lay the basis for something new, right? With Das Kapital. It took 30 years to do that research and writing. So, what about us? We have a lot more work to do.
the tendency of the medium, the modality of the medium is, and that being the internet, right? And even organization today, is to have the immediate solution on offer, is to make recourse to the justification for the inevitable questions that come up. What are you doing and why are you doing it? Is to always immediately go back to like the solution. We have the answers. And we are aware of that tendency of the medium and of the world itself. And like we necessarily push back on that. We're not here to offer solutions yet. Maybe someday we will come up with a solution. Maybe there will be a finished product. I think probably not, but maybe. But at least for right now, we're not selling any solutions. So don't come here looking for solutions. Come here with questions. Come here with dedication. Come here with passion and fury and care and concern. But don't come here looking for solutions.
Wrong place for it. Yeah.
Wrong place, wrong time. Wrong time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to say shout out Rudy in the chat. That question that you asked, that's an interesting question, isn't it? If you want to scroll up and look for it, Dave, he says, is social capital transhistorical? And I mean, fuck, dude.
Yes. But it's going to be different. It's going to, you can find it anywhere, but it also functions differently depending on,
it gets modulated, it gets mediated.
Yeah. 100%.
But it is very much this thing where maybe even economic capital itself is a kind of innovation on whatever good or whatever function social capital itself was playing in society before economic capital reared its ugly little head. That's a good question, Rudy. I'm glad you asked it.
Well, it ties back to everything that we were talking about there yesterday, huh?
Yep.
Everything we're talking about with how value has changed. So we're talking about how value has changed, how capital has changed. But of course, just because something changes doesn't mean that the old mechanisms are no longer present. It just means we have to go 5D instead of 4D. Some people, they're still 3D. A lot of people are just 2D. And, some people are R2D2, so you never know. You never know. Yeah.
Beep, boop, beep, boop. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
Page 6, lecture of the 28th of April, 1982, classification struggles. That's where we're at. Let's keep going. You want to take this one away? The logic of research and the logic of exposition.
The logic of research and the logic of exposition. These are the rather simplistic questions that I shall address in this first lecture in order to present the most persuasive and convincing picture. I shall progress from the more obvious to the more unexpected. I shall today merely try to put the questions, although I obviously have to admit that this is a slightly artificial procedure insofar as I have only been able to formulate some of these questions after the event, that is, after due reflection and analysis. One of the difficulties in transmitting scientific knowledge is precisely the fact that, for the purposes of communication, we are often obliged to describe things in a sequence that was not the sequence of their discovery. All epistemologies agree that the logic of research and the logic of a narrative exposition of research are completely different, but the logic of exposition has its own impetus and imperatives that create a kind of discourse on research which has very little to do with what really happens in the process of research. I myself, when engaged in this kind of work, the craft of sociology, have had to mark out separate stages. For instance, you have to gain control of the object and then construct it, which never occur in that guise in practice. Similarly, we are frequently unable to formulate clearly the problems we have been addressing until we have found the answers. The answers help us to rephrase the question more accurately and, in so doing, to refocus the debate. This dilemma is the perfect illustration of what I was saying just now. My course of lectures will be a compromise between the reality of research. It might occur to me to wonder, well, what does naming actually imply? What is a nomination? And the requirements of my exposition, which will lead me to elaborate as a series of problems something that I did not proceed in that sequence at all. Something that did not proceed in that sequence at all. I love
So
that, dude.
this brings us back to the problem of results versus methods. Now he's talking about it in terms of exposition versus research, right?
Explication, classification, categorization, but also the code. The code is not where the meaning lies. Like the meaning is in like the intention of the usage of the code. So like being aware of the limits of the medium, being aware of the limits of the format, the lecture. I am the professor of the authority. You are the pupil. Like he's hyper aware of all these limits, and he's trying to harness them to get his point across.
Yeah.
And it's really cool. It's really cool. I think it's really compassionate. Like I think if anything, reading his lectures, like just shows me like I want to be this kind of person who really cares. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad that you're picking up on that, because that's
Yeah.
I talk about him and his theory a lot, but I think you got to hear him in his own voice.
Dude.
And it comes through better in his lectures than it does in his books. What is classification? To put it briefly, I shall focus today on the following questions. What does classification imply? What does classification imply when it concerns the social world? A logician may find a solution to the problem of classification in general, and the biological systems of zoology or botany solve it very well, even in a way that can indeed be very useful for us as sociologists, by making us realize that things are not so simple in the social sciences. For when we come to consider the social world, classification, in fact, classifies subjects who classify in their turn, right? This is bringing it back to what I was saying earlier about the scientists who have, the problem of being human and therefore flawed. They can lie to themselves, they can lie to each other, and then they're trying to analyze objects in the natural world. Okay, well, it gets a lot more complicated trying to get down to the reality of the situation when the object of the science is itself a set of subjects in action, which is to say on the move. And those subjects in action are also flawed human beings capable of lying to themselves and lying to others, right? So this is kind of what he's getting at. For when we come to consider the social world, classification, in fact, classifies subjects who classify in their turn. It classifies objects that have the property of being classifying subjects. We must therefore call into question the classifications that are made by the social subject. Do these resemble botanical or zoological classifications, or another kind of classification? Do all classifications have the same import? You will very soon appreciate how far a problematic constructed after the event is actually a fiction, because it necessarily contains its own answer. It is very difficult to put a question without giving the answer and proving that the question and answer had not been constructed in that order. Otherwise, by definition, there would have been no research, or it would be too good to be true. I think that's one of those. I mean, this is all so good for philosophy of science, guys. Yeah, what Nate?
Yeah. I just like there's so much here. Like I immediately am like, I need to go read Lumen. Because like the way he's talking about like classifications contained within like the this is very systemic. This is very scientific even. Like there's this structured approach to it that
systematic. Yeah.
Very systematic approach that again it's not hindered by this conversational approach. I think it's made more intelligible even by the way he's approaching it.
Yeah. The question of classification as it is treated in sociology obliges us to ask, who does the classifying in the social world? Does everyone classify? Do we classify all the time? How do we classify? Do we classify in the same way as a logician does in using concepts or definitions as the basis of a classification? And then if everyone classifies, do all these classifications and all their classifiers along with them have the same social weight? To take some examples from the very different contexts, does an official at the INSEE, National Institute of Statistics and Economic Studies, who uses a scholarly or semi-scholarly taxonomy to classify, have the same status as an inspector of taxes who says, above this particular band of income, you will pay this particular rate of tax? Are the classifications used by sociologists when they construct the category of agents who have such and such a property commensurate with the classifications imposed by the preacher in distinguishing between heretics and true believers? So whether you are doing the census, or you are working at the IRS, or you are a sociologist, or you are a preacher, or if you're an activist on the street, we're all doing classification. The question is, are there significant differences between the ways that classification is being employed, or the sort of connotations or implications or stakes of the employing this classification approach as opposed to that one? What are you thinking?
I just, going back to, I don't know, a couple months ago, we were talking about like category theory and Bertrand Russell. And I was like, man, I really want to start reading Bertrand Russell. And I read that ecology book, and I was really excited about like deep ecology and shit. It just kind of smacked me in the face that like Bourdieu is kind of asking that same question, like category theory. And I think that's fucking gnarly, dude.
The issue with Frege and Russell and Wittgenstein, especially younger Wittgenstein, is that they want to act like they can just be analytic philosophers about concepts and classification approaches as logicians. And so, of course, he's raising the question here: can we do it as logicians do it? And obviously, the answer is no, because logicians aren't trying to deal with the social. They're like, a logician might as well be a semiotician. Right? It's like, you want to talk about the relations between words, or you want to be a logician? Okay, well, then you're going to talk about the form of the structure of an argument. And what he's saying is, yeah, but sorry, you're not going to have value, capital, habitus, field. That all just gets kind of bracketed out. And then you actually don't know what you're dealing with, because you're doing a positivist reification of the object of your science. If we start by asking whether all classifications have the same social import, but I want to take it back to the fact that he's obviously influenced by Wittgenstein here. So there's like this nice little one-way street where Lyotard and Bourdieu are influenced by Wittgenstein, but analytic philosophers are not influenced by Lyotard or Bourdieu. And that's because Lyotard and Bourdieu are essential for thinking about a sort of post-Marxian, post-Heideggerian take on the new situation, which is a social thing. And analytic philosophers are too autistic to think about the social, right? Yep. And that's a trained ignorance in most cases. I'm using autistic in the internet way here, not the DSM-5 way. And that's problematic for some people. Okay, well, fine. But the point is there's a way of being very myopic and just thinking that you can deal with puzzles, and that's this more analytic approach that hyper obsesses on quote unquote objects, but of course isn't really capable of dealing with the social stuff, right? Which is this vague, mushy thing until you have a better conceptual framework for approaching it, which is what he's going to try to give us here.
Yeah. It's like playing with Legos. It's like building Legos, but never playing with Legos. Because once you build the Legos, then you get to make the little Lego man run around the castle and fight the alligator. But the analytic bros never do that part. They just build the castle, and then they tear it down.
If we start by asking whether all classifications have the same social import, we are led to ask a very difficult question. Are all acts of classification equally prone to be self-validating? Okay, because a lot are, obviously. For instance, if you're going to use black versus white to understand election results, well, it's going to be a self-validating approach. The classification framework that you're using is handed down by history, by tradition, but the kinds of people, the census people, the IRS people, the political scientist people, the pollsters, the pundits, they all have their own sort of motivations, and there's actual benefits for them to use this classification approach as opposed to another one. And if you're interested in that, then stick around for the episode that I'm going to do with Benjamin tomorrow with Why Left. We're going to be talking about why race became such an important classification approach for certain people who were afraid of a post-Cold War world and didn't like the anti-globalization movement and wanted to get out ahead of it and undermine it, and using national identity and racial identity was their go-to. And so, Studebaker, he's the opposite of a conspiracy theorist, but he's going to give us a deep dive. It's going to be awesome. Politicians, for instance, are able to formulate arguments about the social world which seem highly likely to be true, since they invest them with a kind of self-validating authority. We can plot social classifications from the entirely gratuitous, I shall return to this point using the example of the insult, to those which, as the saying goes, lay down the law. Now, what he's going to do later with the insult is fucking awesome. It's a really cool thing he does with some sort of etymology, but there's like a really deep sort of dynamic he brings to the table. The short version is that classification is a form of insult. Like there's that saying, when you label me, you negate me.
Yeah. Yep.
Right? Or when you name me, you negate me. Well, classification and categories themselves can also function as insults. And then he's also going to talk about how it depends on your social position. And so it's one thing for somebody who is God, Emperor of the earth with all authority bestowed upon him, saying something is so, versus a peasant saying something is so. There's a different function, not just at the level of language, but also at the level of effects. Yeah.
And like the nation state as well, like the king had, there was this function of the gesture to kind of deal with this surplus something that the king had. Like the gesture was like state approved, state run media where they could kind of say the thing to like it was a relief valve, but it was all pre-approved. Like the gesture couldn't actually be like, hey, let's be anarchists and let's stage a revolt. He could just be like, the king smells bad and his dick is tiny or whatever. And that was a way to like, it was a relief valve on society. But if the peasant was like, if the peasant, just normal Joe Blow farmer motherfucker, was like, hey, the king smells bad and he has a tiny dick, Sheriff John would cut his head off.
Right.
Because it doesn't have that symbolic backing.
Right. And now we're all products of the post-class fractured mass. We believe that anybody, implicitly, most people kind of believe anyone can say anything now. You can just turn on your phone and say something to the internet, and that makes it a thing. Bourdieu's point is like, no, it doesn't. Like there are actual positions from which saying certain things actually matter. This gets us to the question of legitimacy, which is Benjamin Studebaker's whole project. It's like the way is shut, legitimacy has been lost. How does an individual, a group, or an institution reestablish legitimacy? And this is actually absolutely essential, because the anarchists and Marxists and fascists, like they don't think in terms of legitimacy. So people who are interested in radical transformations of society, traditionally, radicals and reactionaries alike, they don't think in terms of legitimacy, not deeply. I mean, I think maybe Schmidt does a little bit here and there, but what Studebaker's going to do is show what he's missing in a lot of ways. And so that's his new book coming soon. I've been previewing it. I'm very excited about it, and we'll get into that with Why Left. But I want to bring it back to this point. He says we can plot social classifications from the entirely gratuitous, that would be the peasant, to those laying down the law. Right? So classifications are not just things that grow on a tree or get handed down from heaven. There are social actors holding positions in institutions who kind of get to lay down the law. Now, as long as they have a legitimate claim to force, right? It's not just force, but it's actually considered legitimate. Well, then that actually matters, right? It actually matters. And so classification is not something that just exists in the world of logic and logicians or philosophy of science. His point is there is this political element always when it comes back to classification, because you as a peasant, me and Nance as peasants, we don't get to just classify things willy-nilly. And yeah, we can, but no one's going to give a shit. That's the point. Like, so the question then becomes, well, how do we make it so that when we actually do, there's some kind of legitimacy to it, right? This is why for us and Mikey, it always comes back to this question of rigor and method. And that's why you got to read his piece that just went up on his Substack, the Dangerous Maybe Substack, called The Dip and Tribunal Zero. We have to think about these things, whereas people who have the symbolic capital and prestige and position, which is to say social authority granted by an institution, kind of don't have to, right? If you have that, then it's assumed that you have that legitimation already in place. If we don't, then we have to somehow bootstrap that into existence. The question is how? Well, we have a bunch of stuff about how coming together, and folks on the back end are going to get a little taste of that later. Anyway, now what is there in common between the classifications made by the sociologists or the historian, by any social scientist, in fact, and those made by the botanist, for example? I shall speak of botanical classification in very basic terms because it is not my profession and it is not the direct object of my research. I refer to it, as I said just now, only to shed light on what is specific to sociological classification. Botanists establish classes based on criteria that, in their own terms, may be more or less natural or artificial. Botany and zoology distinguish between two major branches of classification, and this is a useful distinction for a sociologist: the artificial, which they call systems, and the natural, which they call methods. The classification that they call artificial takes as criterion a characteristic chosen either arbitrarily or according to a deliberately decided purpose, with the principle of the choice being facility or rapidity in determining a species. As the ideal is to classify as rapidly as possible, they take a visible characteristic, an external property, such as the color of the eyes. If they take a deeper criterion, take the level of urea in the blood, classification is much less straightforward. Natural classification, however, draws not on some more or less arbitrary convenient criterion, but on a whole set of criteria. It takes as criteria all the organs considered in the order of their real importance for the organism. Natural classifications take into account several elementary characteristics. For instance, structure, form, morphology, anatomy, function, physiology, and ethology. And the most natural classifications are those which manage to take into account the correlations between the different criteria chosen. This all relates to what you were just talking about how you wanted to do this deep dive into classification. This ties in between the textbook that you read for Audible and the your interests in the work of Niklas Luhmann. So it's based. But basically what we're getting at is there are natural versus artificial classification approaches. Let's go to an example of a map. I'll use my own example. An artificial map in this sort of sense. We're talking about expediency. If you want to find all the fire hydrants or bus stops in the city, then the most effective map is going to cut out almost everything else. And all you're going to see is fire hydrants and bus stops and roads to get you there. Whereas like a map that's being accurate as possible is going to include those fire hydrants and bus stops. You just won't be able to find them because there'll be so much other stuff on the map. And the point is, like what he's calling artificial here.
Uh-oh.
Do Dude, I don't know what's going on, but these headphones can't hold a charge anymore. So they just died.
Louise.
And now you're echoing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll just charge them for a minute. I'm going to keep reading, and then I'll have you read starting at the next section here. But I'll just mute myself so you can say what you're about to say.
I grabbed Jorge Luis Borges off my bookshelf because we're talking about the map and the territory. And Jorge Luis Borges, fiction writer, but he's also based. You should read him. And that's his thing. Like when we get the map and the territory confused, because the map that the empire creates is not concerned with efficiency and not concerned with function. It is concerned with possession, with knowledge, with this totalizing view. And I think it's a beautiful kind of metaphor for the world we live in today, where we have this kind of infinite proliferation of useless information, datums, rather than actual useful bits of information. And the map has expanded, I would even say, beyond the territory itself. But yeah, the way you classify, the way you see and think, and even use the world around you is rooted in your intention. So in your purpose. So if you're looking for fire hydrants, the best map is the one that only has fire hydrants. But if you're looking to possess this like totalizing knowledge, then you're going to try to have this impossible map that winds up replacing the subject matter that you're trying to understand. And I think these analytic bros and these kind of like modern STEM enthusiasts who want to like bracket out the soft and squishy and the mushy wushy, like they think they can have this total absolute knowledge, right? Absolute knowing. But that itself is getting in the way of actually having access to the subject matter they're working on. And they're just manipulating the map itself. But yeah, you talking about that led me to think about Borges.
Base. Yeah, and that's important because I'm pretty sure the term or this distinction, this metaphor about map and territories stemming back to him, but obviously it's what Bourdieu leads off with in Simulacra and Simulation. But it's something that every theorist is thinking about in their own way between, I don't know, probably the dawn of modernity and now, but potentially going all the way back to Plato and Aristotle. The fact is like it's a fundamental problem, the difference between the concept and the thing itself, the signifier and the signified, and then maybe the signified and its referent or references. These are all necessary for us to work through, but you also don't have to worry too much about that right now. And then I want to make a quick little correction or elaboration on what you had said. You were saying, you know, in terms of statecraft, the maps being used, you said it's not about function or efficiency. It's about control. It's about prediction. It's about, as James Scott would say over here in Seeing Like a State, it's about legibility. Yes, but then I would also say efficiency and function are the priority, but serving that.
Yeah, it's not a human utility. It's a state utility or whatever, power, if that's a good word for it.
Right. And then natural classification is trying to get at the thing itself outside of human purpose, and that's the best way to think about it. And then he lists off all these different things: morphology, anatomy, function, physiology, ethology, and he says the best classification approaches are going to try to follow out the relations and correlations between all of those different things. Yes, okay, and that's all just off of botany. How much more complicated does it get when we bring in people? Because if we're talking about flowers, we're talking about natural objects. Remember what I was saying at the beginning of the stream about natural objects versus the object that is itself subject, a set of subjects in action, right? So then he says, thus on the basis of this ensemble of criteria with a strong correlation among themselves, they establish classes which they call natural. The word natural is treacherous and will present problems for sociology. These classes are grounded, he's going to problematize this term natural a lot in his own work. In fact, he'll say that it's often on the basis of the distinction between natural and civilized that we then write off entire groups as uncivilized. They're closer to nature, but because they're closer to nature, they shouldn't be, no power should be trusted with them because they've not been civilized. So this raw versus cooked distinction comes through Claude Lévi-Strauss in anthropology, and the idea is that the primitives are more raw. And then he's, this is all based on this idea of like natural versus civilized, but it also goes along with vulgar versus, what's the term? What's the opposite of vulgar? I forget.
Oh,
whatever.
My God. Noble?
Elite. Yeah, noble. Thank you. Noble is exactly the term I was looking for. Okay. Anyway, so then he says, so it gets a lot more complicated with natural, it's a lot. So sorry. He said I'm just going to start it over. He says, thus, on the basis of this ensemble of criteria with a strong correlation among themselves, they establish classes which they call natural. Then he says that gets complicated later. These classes are grounded in the nature of things, or as they said in the Middle Ages, cum fondamento in re, with a basis in the things themselves, which is, it's funny that he's saying that this is like a Middle Ages thing. That's his way of saying, I know Husserl says this, but he gets it from Brentano, and Brentano gets it from the Middle Ages, so I'm not going to go through this rite of initiation and say Husserl and Brentano. Then he goes, of course, though, insofar as we think about back to the things themselves, we are thinking about this thing from the Middle Ages that got mainstream thanks to the successes of Husserl, and he couldn't have done that without his predecessor Brentano, the sort of father of phenomenology. Okay, all the elements of a class established in this way will bear more resemblance to each other than to the elements of any other class, and a natural classification will be a search for sets of characteristics responsible for the greatest possible proportion of the variance observed. One of the problems for classifiers, pay attention, would-be alien anthropologists, one of the problems for classifiers is therefore to find what they call the essential characteristics, that is, the most powerful distinctive traits, so that the important properties may all in some way be deduced from this interrelated set of criteria. A certain type of system may be used drawing on methods of factor analysis and corresponding analysis in order to try to produce classifications that combine the universe of pertinent criteria with the reciprocal relations between these criteria. This summary will seem very cursory to the cognoscenti, which I think would be like the cognitariat, is kind of like how we'd talk about it. He's talking about the intellectuals. The cognoscenti. I think that's what he means. This summary will seem very cursory to the cognoscenti, but I believe that it is sufficient to explain my comparison of the social sciences with the natural sciences. He's saying, look, I understand that this is all elementary, dear Watson, but also I've got peasants in my audience, and so I do have to say these things. We can't just take it for granted. And I love that he is doing that because this is his own little way of resisting the elite Parisian, we all already know this stuff, and we can indicate that we know all of this stuff with how we pronounce a certain word. So everything that's led up to now, he could have insinuated and intoned that he's in the know and that everyone else is in the know, and this would have been the standard Lacanian, Derridian thing. And he's saying, no, I'm going to just come out and say the thing that has to be said because Dave and Nance are going to read me onto the internet in the very near future. And it's very important that I say those things explicitly because Dave and Nance are idiots and they need to hear me say it. And he's right. So thank you, Bourdieu.
Thank you, Bourdieu. That's the Bourdieu difference with an ounce.
Yeah, dude. Yes, that's the difference with the aunts.
With an aunt.
I think this is the point here where I want to open up the queue. I want to hear back from the folks who are here in the Zoom call. Let's rattle off the names. You all don't have to turn your cameras on yet or at all. I mean, you don't have to do anything. Fuck. I mean, some of you are probably in a bath right now. So I just want to, but if Alex Sappington, Brian Harris, David Ruiz, Federico, Will, and if any of you want to to say anything, then now will be your opportunity. We'll be right back right after this.
What you are about to hear is a short DIY ad made by the Theory Underground crew, just to remind you of the best way to keep up with and support this kind of content.
If you're still listening to this, then the chances are you're enjoying it, which means you would maybe like other stuff that Theory Underground publishes. So make sure that you've subscribed and that you click the little bell. It turns out only 40% of people who subscribe click the little bell. But I think that at least 20% of the rest of y'all just don't realize how much pushing the bell really makes a difference, especially considering the fact that at TU, we tend to put stuff out without warning. You know, there's no schedule. This is coming from the space of my freedom. I just do this stuff when I can, and I don't want to live by a schedule because I'm sorry, I've got other things that are supposedly more important. All right. Well, with that said, there's also liking and commenting and subscribing. It obviously makes a difference. If you're one of those people who considers yourself a sort of recluse, well then maybe don't worry about the commenting, but you can at least click the like button. It does make a difference. Also, if you're listening to this on the podcast, please leave us a favorable review on your favorite platform. Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
And we're back, and we're going to open up the pit here. So if you want to stop sharing for a minute, Nance, folks, you can turn your cameras on. And I think the first question is going to come from David Ruiz. Is that correct? Is it David Ruiz?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. How's it going? What's up?
Good. I just had a quick comment / question, I guess, about can the categories be implied? And the example I kind of had was how Chomsky says that like the mainstream media will determine like what's the left and what's the right, and anything out of those bounds is kind of like out of limits. Is that something that's also been brought up here? I'm curious. Thanks.
That's great. And I have a whole thing I want to say about this, but Nance, you can go first.
I think for me, when he's talking about the systems and these kind of artificial methods of classification, and then the methods or the natural kind of classification, I do think there is always this kind of like implicit understanding that binds us all together, that he does tie back to distinction, and he does tie back to the social capital, where if you don't accept these implicit classifications, categories, whatever, you are ejected from polite society. You are made vulgar. You are seen as like this vulgar plebeian, worthless shitbag. So yeah, I absolutely do. And the point that you bring that to Chomsky with like his manufacturing consent, like I think that's a great observation on your part. And I think, of course, and I think that's why he's bringing up this distinction between systems and methods for classification, between the artificial and the so-called natural methods of classification. And then he goes on to problematize the notion of natural and stuff. Yeah, I think it's good observation.
Yeah, and actually, I just really want to touch on a couple of things from that here real quick. I'm just trying to get it set up so that we actually have everybody in frame, because there's something about the way that it looked on the public side. Sorry, podcast people, I know it doesn't even matter to you because you don't have eyes on screen. But David, it's a fantastic question, and I appreciate that you bring it back to left versus right, because in some sense, left versus right is more important for us than the question of, you know, class itself, because most people who care about class at all are assuming that there's like this real left approach as opposed to this fake American left idea, and then they'll argue on that basis. But if we are problematizing the classification approach, you know, for instance, proletariat versus bourgeoisie, why the hell would we try to resuscitate that when it had this so many material and historically based sort of context priors that I get into in the Post-Class Fractured Mass lecture, which is public, and you can always go track down the 5 major ways that the situation has changed to the point where I don't think it's even sensible to say proletariat Of course, I've got friends who do nonetheless want to just redefine the word and keep working with it. I don't think that there's an advantage there at all. And I don't think it makes sense to swap it out for working class more broadly. I think that we have to critically suspend these classification methods, etc. But with that said, there's something very left about caring about it, right? That's why people will accuse me of leftism. They're going to accuse me of leftism because the mere fact that I care about time, energy, and capital, and think deeply about class. Well, then that makes you a leftist, Dave. And it's like, well, but why do I not like this term? Well, I don't like this term because guess what? Doug Lane and Chris Catrone and Benjamin Studebaker do not have the legitimacy to actually tell the entire world what that term actually means, guys. So that's the argument that I have going with them as well as everyone else. And the point is bringing it back to mainstream media and how it kind of has this monopoly on being able to sort of implicitly define these terms, right? It's not just mainstream media. That media is in some kind of dialectic of reflection with the populace. And if the populace understands that left is mama and right is dada, and that left is nurture and compassion, and that right is security and caring about your family, then yes, we live in a state of national divorce where feminine and masculine energies have been psychologically, ideologically, and in terms of Befindlichkeit, gerrymandered to capture certain tendencies within the population that can be predicted and capitalized upon. So I'm glad you brought it back to left versus right. Could we redefine these terms? Should we redefine these terms? Who are we to define such terms, considering the fact that they have a certain significance for the overwhelming majority of people in this country? And this country does actually matter more than the European conceptions of these words, by the way, because this is the country with boots on the ground in 149 countries, and therefore it has the monopoly on force, also potentially the legitimate monopoly on force. Now that is where the question of legitimacy comes in. And then Studebaker, through his arguments about legitimacy, might be able to wrestle me into a sort of position where I have to tap out and say, okay, actually, Benjamin, you do have the legitimacy to say what these concepts mean. Now I am a leftist. You got me. God damn it. But maybe not. That's what we'll find out over the next few years. With that said, great question. Brian, how about you, man?
Sure. Well, I mean, I would definitely like to better understand, right, this distinction between nature and civilization, or nature and culture. And one thing I've been studying lately is this theorist called Herman Dooyeweerd, who would say that, you know, in our social theory in every age, there's sort of this unconscious ground motive into which our thought sort of, you know, comes. So like for the ancient Greeks, it's matter and form, right? For the medievals, it's nature and grace, right? And then in the modern era, and nature and grace for him is like trying to synthesize matter form with like the biblical ground motive of like creation, fall, and redemption, which he thinks is the only one that isn't dualistic. Like all the others are in these polarities, right, that become this dialectical swinging back and forth that in his view never resolves itself. And then he would say the modern ground motive is, right, nature and freedom, right, which just sort of it's kind of a transformation, right? So I'd like to understand better, like both for Bourdieu, how he would, fit into that framework, but also more broadly, like what are we juxtaposing, like nature and this other pole?
Yeah, that's fascinating stuff, and I'd love to, if this is a question that you end up as a subscriber like working on, and you end up writing a piece that will get a turn in the turn, well, then I think that this is one that Nance, Studebaker, and myself would have a lot of fun with. And for now, just in terms of like potentially where to dive in on that question, after, for instance, Claude Lévi-Strauss's book, The Raw versus the Cooked, or whatever it's called Raw and Cooked, or whatever. Pierre Bourdieu's outline of a theory of practice, I think this is the one. I'm like beating myself up here because it's either that one or this other one. It's his critique of anthropology. Okay. His outline of a theory of practice, is it that one or is it the other one? I can't find the other one handy, and so I can't sit there and compare, and I don't want to open them up and dig into it right now. If it's not outline of the theory of practice, then it's the other one, and message me about it or comment in the comment section down below. Long story short, he does this critique of anthropology, not like, anthropologists are full of shit, but it's a critique of the distinction between sociology and anthropology that assumes that anthropology, its object, is like natural people or like the uncooked or like the uncivilized, as opposed to sociology, which is like we the civilized. Like this distinction between sociology and anthropology is itself like we study the modern human, you guys study the people from a long, long time ago who currently still exist, right? And so it's like this, he wants to problematize that. And so I think what he would say, and I just like, I'm going to suffer a guess, is something along the lines of matter versus form, nature versus grace, creation versus fallen redemption, nature versus freedom. All of these are in their own ways classification approaches that can be useful within certain limits, but also become heavily ideologically loaded because of this sort of chauvinistic thing that it does for the intellectuals who employ the terms. Yeah. There we go. And so there's not a queue right now. I don't see any other hands up, but Federico, Will, are you guys going to go see Benjamin Studebaker when he's in town? Did you guys even know that he was coming? I just want to shout out to the UK homies.
I think Federico said he does have a ticket.
Yes. Nice. And that we met him at wait. Now
in
I'm
Oxford.
Didn't we meet? No, Federico. Did we? I think Federico and Will. We both met them at the London event the day before Oxford.
Yeah.
And then Federico came to Oxford on the second day.
Traveled out to Oxford on the second day too. Yeah, I forgot Federico was there at Verdurin.
Right, at Verdurin, at Pierre, when we did something with Helen and Nina. And I think Will, was there at Verdurin, but not at Oxford, because Will had more important things to do than to hang out with us the day after the London event. So now I just have to travel to the UK to hang out with him.
Oh shucks,
it's like a whole extra trip.
Gotta do it. Do it.
But he and I are working on a secret project that we'll tell you all more about later, but it's going to be freaking epic once it's revealed.
Fire.
Also, somebody in the chat said that what we are doing, talking about capital and value and terms like that, is less valuable than anything going on over at Pornhub. And I said, well then, I said, okay then, bye. And then I removed the person because we, to play this game properly, kind of have to just all assume that it matters. And if you show up to a game night, whether it's poker or fantasy football or gooning on the couch with your homies, which I think he's probably doing with his friends right now, then you have to. There has to be this shared assumption that there's some kind of meaning to it, that it somehow matters. And that's actually a Bourdieuian idea. He talks about the illusio, which is the belief that the game matters. We do believe that the game matters, and hopefully, we hope against hope that it does. We are aware that it might not. We are aware that this might just be more yapping on the internet. But guess what? It's YouTube. Everyone's already yapping. So, it is what it is. There's this possibility, though, that it's something more. And I think that it might be, considering the fact that, at least at the turn of the 20th century, the ruling class had an explicit recognition that the workers needed to not be educated in the liberal arts. The workers that was something that came along with sort of Nietzschean realization. Well, if the workers want to do liberal arts things, then they won't be happy working, and then they will want time energy, and then that would be bad because then we would have to enslave more Africans and Chinese, and that's what Nietzsche said, and fair enough, that was true at his time. It's not true of our time, because in our time we can enslave robots. End of story. But we won't enslave robots for the right reasons if it's not done with this desire for time, energy, and to actually do things like the liberal arts. What did they say? I see you're laughing at chat. We all know it. What did they say?
Slowski said "faps of meaning." That's fucking hilarious.
That would be a good sequel from Jordan Peterson. Faps of meaning. Yeah, or maybe you could write it, Solowski.
Yeah.
Based. Rudy says it matters to him. Thanks, Rudy. You matter to us. All right, let's get on with business. Oh, wait, no, Brian, you said something else, though. What did you say?
I was just mentioning that same distinction, right, of anthropology, right, and sociology came up with it. There's this French-Canadian anthropologist, Marius Barbeau, who's considered one of the fathers of anthropology in Canada, right? And he was very revolutionary in a sense in using the same techniques he used, with indigenous peoples on his own culture, his own French-Canadian culture, right? And I think, he may have made some distinctions that he was expected to make, but on the whole, he's like, it's not that different working with like these guys out in the Gaspé, very rural, Quebecois people who are almost like medieval peasants in some ways, right? And working with kind of, indigenous people. And there is sort of, he does have this sort of, he's like, well, you can't always trust their own stories about themselves. And often the ones who are willing to talk to you and seem really well informed, that's because they've been shaped by, right, kind of like urban intellectual culture in a way. So they're not the most useful or interesting. And that's an interesting point. There's a good point there. And obviously, you can critique that and think about how to, right, like how do you, it depends on what you're trying to do, I guess, right? Are you trying to get that authentic, salvage something that's already dying, right? That's totally outmoded because it's cool. It's maybe the closest you can get to like meeting like a medieval person, maybe. I don't know. Right. But anyway, that all some really interesting, and it relates obviously to like the construction of nationalism in Quebec, which is a fascinating phenomenon. And even just like what the hell is being a Canadian? So I
want to say something about this book that you made me think of with that point, but first I do want to acknowledge your place in the world here. You've even added it to the title. Toronto is, of course, the place where somebody from Alberta, which is where my extended family all lives, where someone from Alberta went and made a name for himself and became the father of media theory. That's right, Marshall McLuhan. From Alberta to Toronto, from the West Coast to the East, from potatoes and oil fields in the wastelands of basically North Dakota. Alberta is just like North Dakota, to Toronto, which is the New York City of Canada, and Toronto's also the place where almost everything bad on BreadTube comes from. Yeah, everything almost every fucking obnoxious leftoid on the internet is based in Toronto. The only one I like is named J-Reg. But the rest, oh wait, hold on. I like Tony too. Okay, there we go. Nice save. Nice save. Holy shit. But there's a bunch of obnoxious leftoids over there. And so it's stunning and brave for you to show your face on a Theory Underground stream, considering the fact that most of them live in fear of Theory Underground or Why Left ever, addressing the insane shenanigans and completely unjustified assumptions, as well as harmful classification approaches that they employ, not to mention the racist and sexist frameworks that they employ, as good liberal left progressives. Of course, everything they do is racist and sexist. But yes, I just want to say it's stunning and brave. It's awesome that you're here, and I just love to pick on Canadians, and it's just something about me, I guess. But I think that Canadians love it too, and I just want to give them all hugs because they're really great people, and I can't wait to go back to Toronto. And now we've got more people. That's really exciting. And also, I think in the future, maybe everyone else here could learn and also add their locations. You can always right click your name and then rename in a Zoom call. I think adding your location is dope. Like it gives it kind of some kind of something. Like, so for me, I do Boise, Nance would do Phoenix, Federico and Will would be saying, what? Would it be London? I'm thinking so. I don't know about Ruiz, and maybe everyone doesn't want to dox themselves, but we're adults, so we kind of don't care. But let's get back to it. We're going to, Nance, if you want to share the reading, we're going to finish this thing out. We are over halfway through this lecture. Oh, and the book that I was waving around, just wanted to say, Brian, in terms of your research interests with anthropology, there's this really interesting thing I'm looking forward to diving into deeper about the sort of how to say this. I'll just say it this way, folks. I think you all know that people have very simplistic ideas of how humans used to be, and that those simplistic ideas of how humans used to be often inform our approach to social change, right? So, for instance, if you think that humans were always nasty and brutish before in the state of nature, right? Well, then that's going to make you a bit more Hobbesian. If you think that there was a bunch of noble savages giving each other no strings attached sex and just living free lives until someone came up and put up a property line, well, then you're going to be of a more Rousseauian persuasion, right? And so anthropology is always politically charged because, in a sort of sense, a lot of these anthropologists are trying to do a science that is ultimately serving the confirmation of some politically prefigured notion of what the human is in its raw form. And for that reason, it's complicated. It's very complicated science, meaning that guys like Benedict and Boas, fathers of anthropology, they were combating a kind of racism, and it was a particularly noxious one, but then they themselves are racist in their own ways, right? And so anthropology today is so like self-hating and Canadian in its approach to to racism that it's like it's anti-racism is itself like just another kind of racism. And it's just like this, anthropologists are just fucked. They don't know what to do about it. I say embrace it. Be a little bit racist. Just don't be very racist. Just be a little bit. And here's the best way to be a little bit. Start off with not everybody's noble savages or barbarians. In fact, they're humans. They're complicated. And in that sense, Margaret Mead has to be debunked because she goes and writes this famous book. She's the most famous intellectual of the 20th century, at least in the world of anthropology. She wrote a book called Coming of Age in Samoa. And in it, she's like, yeah, Samoan teenagers, man, they just get to fuck whoever, whenever, however, all the time, no strings attached, no jealousy. It's just like hippies out here, man. This is the natural state of humans. And then, of course, everyone else who ever went to Samoa was like, where is this reality you're talking about? And her informants were like 4 teenage girls who told her all these things. And of course, those girls were trying to make her happy, right? They were trying to make her happy. And this guy, Derek Freeman, who basically got canceled out of academia, well, he went and spent a lot longer in Samoa. Talked to a lot of people, got promoted up to like the special chiefs council. Basically, it's a very conservative society. Now, there's a difference in decades when they were there, so they could have become more conservative over time. The point is we need to add some complexity to anthropology. We can't just debunk it. We can't just call it racist. We can't just say that because Margaret Mead or Boas had their own sort of missions, we can then write them off. No, we have to read them. They have a point. There's real stuff that they actually encountered, and that's important. But yeah, we also have to read Derek Freeman's Margaret Mead and Samoa, The Making and Unmaking of an Anthropological Myth, which I'm very excited about. There's also a little documentary on YouTube you could go and watch after this. But now let's get back to it. I'm tired of talking.
Hell
Lance,
yeah.
take it away.
Classifying the classifying subject. And this, I love that language. And it strikes me as very Lumanian, because I am kind of situated in this like Lumanian Norbert Wiener approach, I guess. And I love it. I love the fact that Bourdieu is he has this big boy pants on, and he's like, let's do this, because yeah, we are the classifying subjects. Let's not hide from it. Let's investigate it. So, classifying the classifying subject. To a certain extent, we could take everything that has just been said and apply it to sociology. The sociologist, like the botanist, seeks to identify criteria sufficiently correlated among themselves to make it possible, when there are enough criteria, to try to assimilate and integrate them all, and thus reproduce the universe of all the variants established. This is what I attempted to do, for instance, in distinction, with the notion of a constructed class that combines a whole system of criteria, economic, social, and cultural, as well as gender. Using a finite system of interrelated criteria that I have tried to define in the most economical fashion, any criterion that did not add supplementary information to the system of criteria chosen was rejected. It should be possible to provide a complete but economical explanation for the totality of the pertinent differences recorded. So far, so good. There is no difference between the two disciplines. The true difference seems to me to lie in the fact that among the criteria they can use to elaborate their system of criteria, their taxonomy and their division into classes, sociologists find two different categories of criteria. As an example, if I am studying the professors of the University of Paris, I choose criteria such as age, gender, the establishment in which they teach, whether or not they hold the aggregation or not, whether they belong to one or other teachers' union, whether they write student handbooks, whether they publish with Klinksiek or La Belle Lettre, and so on. But as soon as I take criteria as objects and not as instruments for the dissection of reality, I discover considerable differences between the instruments that I use for my dissection.
Dude,
for instance,
I just want to point out how fucking cool it is to point out how things change when the object of your analysis becomes classification criteria themselves.
Yeah.
Like how meta, how complicated. This is why he has to be so careful.
It's like people who make microscopes have to like use a microscope to inspect the lens of the microscope itself. So it becomes this like turtles all the way down thing where like the thing you're doing is the thing you're studying. So you have to be aware of the way the tools you're using limit you, color, condition, but also like what do they free you up to do? Like it's a limit, but it's also a pathway. So like what can you do? Yeah. How are you doing it? How are you impacting the object of study itself?
Right.
And how can you get outside of it? And yeah, like it's
and what
so
are you
meta.
what are
it's
what
so
are
systematic.
What are your motivations for thinking that this one makes sense? But outside of motivations at this conscious level, what is it about your habitus that makes what is it about your habitus that makes these certain criteria more natural? So for instance, there'll be people who don't like the sort of class analysis we bring to the way we bring it into conversation with like race classifications. And then they'll say the kinds of things that the race-brained people say. And it's just like, yeah, but what is it about your habitus that makes it such a convenient classification method to employ? What is it about that habit? Well, it has something to do with the kinds of fields that you inhabit and the kinds of positions that belong to certain kinds of fields that you want to inhabit.
It's the ultimate, like it's putting the ball back in your court. And the you here is the sociologist, the alien anthropologist, the thinker, the one who is doing the classification. Like it's saying, this is on you, dude. Like if you want to go out and do this study, you have to have an approach. You have to have a methodology. You have to be able to like not get in your own way of the understanding of the thing that you are trying to understand.
Right.
Be aware of how you are instrumentalizing it, how you are operationalizing it, and also how you yourself have been instrumentalized by the world, by the structure, by your field. Yeah, it's so dope. It's meta as fuck, and I love that.
Well then before handing it back over, I'll just reread the part that we've been riffing off of. He said, "But as soon as I take criteria as objects and not as instruments for the dissection of reality, I discover considerable differences between the instruments that I use for my dissection." And so it's kind of like the difference between you just got a job for the census and now you're going door to door and you're just filling out based off the criteria that they've already selected. It's the difference between doing that and then as people who've been the objects of those censuses for our entire waking lives and beforehand, coming along and being like, okay, we do think in these terms, but why? And what is it that, why are those criteria on the census? Like, how is that actually helping them? And then what is the function that that has for us in our social reality? Right. Yeah.
It's like saying, yeah, but what are we missing though? Like it's acknowledging the remainder. It's acknowledging the missing piece. And it's saying like, well, let's do that. Like the puzzle isn't complete. Like like things aren't working the way they should be working. So let's figure out why God. Yeah, I love it, dude. I love it.
Solowski, no, I wouldn't say so at all. There's nothing solipsistic about this at all. No. Weird Solowski asked, is he sort of asking us to be reflective solipsists? No, absolutely not. This is the most opposite
of solipsism.
It's the most extreme opposite, but you have to really actually register habitus and field to make sense of everything that Nance and I said in the last 5 minutes. I think without having it's one thing to have the definitions. It's another thing to learn to think with these concepts. And then once you've learned to think with the concepts, if you go back over that 5 minutes, I think it's not even 5 minutes, probably 3 minutes. But if you go back over it, the point is it's not about how you as an individual are using it. It's the fact that you as an individual who has motivations and a sort of inclination to more naturally gravitate towards certain classification methods, that didn't come to you in a vacuum. It's the opposite of solipsism because that came to you in a field that is itself a site of conflict in relation to other fields. And the field might be academia, it might be the philosophy department versus the sociology department versus the School of Business and Economics, right? That's a field, but also there's a field within the wastewater management treatment center in your city. There's a field everywhere where there's positions, and those positions come with varying degrees of symbolic capital. And the point is that people with different dispositions are going to more easily gravitate or navigate through the field into certain positions, and that those dispositions themselves can develop a kind of habitus that helps them navigate through that field. And then that field is the game, and that habitus is a feel for the game. And it's something you can pick up from other people. It's something you can pick up from mentors. It's also something you might be exceptionally gifted at. And the point is that it's not just about you and your little personality or your opinions or your little conscious motivations, that all of this is in relation to something that only really works when disavowed, something that only really works when we don't look at it, which is to say symbolic capital in its sort of dismissal, disavowal, and disinterestedness vis-a-vis necessary labor, vis-a-vis economic capital, etc.
Yeah, man.
We'll unpack that over the course of these lectures. What I just said is me taking 10 of his books and condensing it into a sentence that was a run-on. But if you
But it was a fire sentence, dude.
yeah, if you follow it out though, it comes together. All right. It's definitely not solipsism.
It comes the fuck together, dude. I love it. I love it so much. But I think it's a valid question too. I really do, because I
know it is.
I think these sociologists and these PMC dickheads and these state functionaries, they are solipsists. They are contained in this little world where at the end of the day, they're like, well, I'm one of the good people. Because remember, there's only two types of people in the world, the good and the bad. And everybody is like, well, I'm one of the good people. And so all the things they do, like, support that worldview. So it's a good point, Solowski. Good question.
Take it away, Nance.
Where was I?
Some criteria are constituted in reality.
For the group,
Page
some
9.
criteria are constituted in reality. The word constitute is important. It contains constitution. They are constitutive of reality. They divide it into units, and there are people who have an interest in the existence of this division. There is a president of this Society des Agrégés who has plenty potential powers and is authorized to speak on behalf of the aggregate. At the other extreme, before the feminist movement, the masculine-feminine divide was the one that caused the least difficulty for the statisticians. Although if we stop to think, we can see that there is a continuum and that the divisions between the sexes are drawn arbitrarily by society to match the detail of the real structures. We would need much subtler distinctions. Pocket fire point 2. Another example is the age groups, which generally don't cause the statisticians to lose much time. An interesting point to study is the correlation between the social position of the classifiers and the social characteristics of their classifications. The administrative classifications that NC and others use seem quite unproblematic to those who produce them, but they start causing problems as soon as you start to think about them. Alphonse Alias was amused by the fact that you got a discount on train travel for a child under the age of 3, but you lost it as soon as the child was older. And he wondered what would happen if a father was traveling on the birthday of his child. Should the father press the alarm button to declare that his child is now over 3 and ask to pay a supplement? Comedians are the allies of the sociologist because they ask questions that our everyday routines lead us to forget. In all these cases, where there is a continuum, legal taxonomies and classifications draw clear lines below and above masculine and feminine. The law decides and divides, cutting across the continuum. So yeah, dude,
Beautiful.
We're soft and squishy. We're not hard, discrete, concrete, easily manipulable categories. I mean, those categories contain a truth. Those categories articulate something that is true. But we are the surplus. Like we are above and beyond these categories.
The
So
categories
doing
are not going. These categories are not going to work if there's not something there, if not at least in terms of efficiency describing, at least at the level of whatever it is that the Census Bureau is trying to see, right? Obviously, the categories have something to do with what the Census Bureau wants to see.
This is Harry Seldon from Foundation. This is just a functionalism. Like, and I think that's 100%,
100%.
Like, that's why I like it so much, because it's a very systematic defeater for this kind of functionalism that the world we live in is this functional world.
It's also like, and because of that, like Searle's little girl in the Chinese room.
Yeah.
Does she actually know Chinese just because she knows which thing to go get when there's a certain input? No.
From the perspective of the census takers, There is
Yes.
no such thing as knowing Chinese. There's only can she perform the function of one who knows Chinese.
Right. Right.
We are interested in like there is a thing to knowing a language that escapes knowing the code. Like when I started reading French,
Well,
and I started
part of it
reading in
is
French.
Yeah. Go.
Like that is above and beyond this kind of functional understanding where I could sit down and look at a sentence and tease out the meaning, and I could listen to someone and think and take a second and kind of understand what's happening. I can simulate communication in a very functional way. But when I had those dreams in French, like that was a purely subjective thing. That was like me coming to an understanding of a different language from the one that I was born and raised in. And that doesn't exist in the Chinese room. And from the perspective of the functionaries and the census takers, they're not concerned with my dreams. They're only concerned with me being able to perform concrete actions in the world for the purposes of economic progress. So like this defeats the functionalism. This is like, yeah, there's more to it. We're squishy. We're wishy and whooshy and booshy.
Squishy and wishy and washy, boshy and boshy, bushy and
Make
dushy.
sure to wash your ass, by the way.
Yeah.
Public service announcement. Wash
You're
your
grounded.
ass.
The law decides and divides, cutting across the continuum. And then Reflective Journey in the chat said law and practice is contradictory, which is fine. That is why we have judges. And I just want to say that I don't know if you're memeing or just kind of having fun here, but I mean, I think there's also a point where I could say that makes sense. But I also want to say, in terms of giving the devil his due here, Bourdieu is going to say, it's not just that. It's not just that it's contradictory. Therefore, we have judges. The judges themselves occupy positions in fields. Those fields have their own histories. And that means that the position of the judge requires a certain kind of knowledge that doesn't have to be conscious on the judge's part. And so that's because a judge acquires a certain habitus for their disposition to even get into that position. Yeah. Adam, he might not, but I certainly do. And it's a chronic crisis of American democracy for me. That's for sure.
I got the itis, man. I don't know what I got. I can't afford to go to the doctor, but I got something, man.
Constructed divisions and real divisions. When sociologists fail to question the relation to... This is why Bourdieu doesn't let you guys talk during his lecture, because you're going to start talking about hemorrhoids and shit in the chat. All right. When sociologists fail to question the relation to... I'm joking. The relation to reality of the classifications they use of the juridical standing of their criteria, they inevitably confuse two kinds of classes. Most of the sociologists' typologies are the result of some such confusion, which I consider to be an epistemological monstrosity. Based. See, he doesn't normally come out and fucking just like punch somebody on the face, but he just did that to his entire discipline. I remember, for instance, a piece of research, and he is the foremost sociologist in Paris at the time. He actually now has the authority to drop a thing like that. It's not just like, oh, he's like some heterodox little guy in the back office who's like got an empty lecture hall. No, if he says it, other people have to go write dissertations about it right now. Like, it's a big deal. You know, there's weight to his words. And so if he says that the confusion coming down to the typologies being employed by the sociologists is an epistemological monstrosity, if he says that in the 1980s in Paris at the time, then that's fucking damning. And here's my point. I always bring it back to this. What Bourdieu is dealing with when he is diagnosing the current state of sociology in France in the 1980s, I guarantee you American sociology in 2024 is no fucking better. Not one iota. In fact, it's almost guaranteed to be exponentially worse.
Dude.
So, I mean, this is the peak of intellectual history. And since then, there has been nothing but decline fucking everywhere because of the medium, because of the PCFM, because of all of the things that we can get down into about functional illiteracy, etc. The point is this is the peak. And so when we here now start employing his analysis in the 21st century, part of the benefit that we have is like we can say, look, sociology is in a state of utter disgrace. So is anthropology. They've humiliated themselves. They've lost all credibility. These institutions that they are a part of are already losing legitimacy, but especially the social sciences. And so this question of like, well, what would be a rigorous social science and what would it mean to establish legitimacy for ourselves as aspiring social thinkers? This is the moment in human history where he's got the equipment from everybody from the previous 100 years of philosophy of science, Wittgenstein, Heidegger, Marx, etc. And at the same time, yeah, and also Talcott Parsons, but he's especially interested in the Chicago school of symbolic interactionism and critiquing them, even though he loves them. He is on the shoulders of all those giants, and now he's chopping off Goliath's head when he says that this is an epistemological monstrosity. That's what just happened. It is epic. You have to hit the air horn from your soundboard, Nance.
I'll have to find it.
And
then I gotta
fine,
turn
I'll
off
just
the
say,
original sound. Oh,
I did it.
Let me do it. Give me a second. Hold on.
I'll reread the sentence. I'll reread the sentence. Most of the sociologists' typologies are the result of some such confusion, which I consider to be an epistemological monstrosity. It's not working, dude. I turned on original sound for musicians, but I guess it doesn't work for you. You have to do it yourself. Dang. So guys, I just moved to a new computer thanks to Nance, but I don't have my own soundboard equipped currently. That's why we're sitting here fumbling in the dark, trying to make the noise go.
Did that fix it?
What is going on with your plugins now? It must be, it's not Zoom, but it's being dampened. Everybody knows the joke is lost. We had our opportunity. Now the only thing that's funny about this is that we are sitting here
we are
fucking
the
with
idiots.
it. Yeah, we're dumb. All right. I remember, for instance, a piece of research on academics which confused formal oppositions of the kind cosmopolitan slash local, with oppositions grounded in reality and linked to real divisions, such as jet sociologist, which establishes an opposition between itinerant professor and stay-at-home professor. Wait, what? So he's calling out an actual work where it's like the most contrived typologies possible. That's the point. In other words, these typologies often conflate constructed divisions with divisions taken from reality. I remember how at the time of the first American imitations of structural anthropology, American imitations, hilarious, Levi-Strauss commented on an article by an ethnologist which treated oppositions taken from the reality of mythology or ritual, such as wet/dry, etc., on the same level as very complex oppositions, which I would have found it difficult to invent myself, such as pure/impure, for example, that have a completely different level of construction and elaboration. In sociology, if we do not question the ontological status of the classifications we use, we will be led to put in the same basket principles of division which do not have the same standing in reality at all. And this is the danger of similarity and homology. Every freshman student and every 20-year-old philosopher, as well as people who just don't focus on their philosophy of science and the rigor in their linguistic employments, is ultimately going to get stuck in, which is, yeah, you focus on similarities. You go, oh, Kant is like Heidegger in this way, and Marx is like Plato in this way. It's just like there's a very simplistic way of drawing comparisons. And we do the same thing with our typologies, right? And what he's cautioning against is, so for instance, Claude Lévi-Strauss, he's out here in the wild with primitives, and he's like, if something's wet versus dry, that has like this significance to the locals. My informants are telling me that you can't use this thing when it's wet for this ritual, but you can when it's dry. And then he's saying that the American attempt to do structural anthropology, you had people riffing off of this wet-dry distinction and bringing it to pure versus impure. And all he's saying is, you guys need to be very careful here, because what you're doing, and he literally says you're taking from one basket of principles and you're putting it in another, and you're getting category errors as a result. And it might be fun to be like Joseph Campbell or Carl Jung or Jordan Peterson, but you're not being rigorous. You guys are fucking dumb. And it's the biggest problem with Lloyd Demas and the history of childhood. If you read those books, it's his Jungianism that makes it so that anything that has symmetry, anything that has similarity, anything that can be shown to be like something else, there must be a deep meaning to that. And it's the most dangerous trap of a pattern-seeking creature to fall into. That is why we need this meta discourse about rigor, is because that is the tendency for intellectuals, is to just go, homology? Deep truth. And the perfect example of that, of course, that came out this year, absolutely viral, probably the most watched Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan Experience episode of all time, Terrence Howard with the idea of supersymmetry. He thinks that if he finds supersymmetry, which is to say these shapes go together, he has found the philosopher's stone. Yeah, it's God, dude. He's found it. And it's the seductive little pitfall all aspiring intellectuals fall into, but it's especially bad if you mess around with psychedelics, guys. It's especially bad then, because then you have an adult brain on 5-year-old perception, and there's dangers to come from that. And if you're curious about what those epistemological pitfalls look like, please go to the JRE episode with Terrence Howard and just watch the whole thing. Please do. Yeah, please do.
It is worth it. It is entertaining.
Yeah, and if you want to write something about it, we are. If you want to write something about it, we are taking submissions on the topic of Terrence Howard and a philosophy of science and epistemology. Absolutely, yes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
To return to the comparison with biological classification, I should say that the sociologist encounters things, whether individuals or institutions, that are already classified. For instance, if you classify university professors by institution, you have to be prepared to categorize the universities themselves and the more prestigious institutes as well. In general, one of the methods we can use to handle these classifications is to trace their history. When did they emerge? Or when were they created? Are they a recent bureaucratic or technocratic invention? Do they have different kinds of history? Whether people or institutions, the objects of sociological study present themselves as already classified. They bear names and titles that signal their membership of certain classes and give us an idea of how we classify in everyday life. If what the sociologist encounters comes in already classified form, it is because classifying subjects are involved, right? The people doing the classifying are themselves classifying subjects, and they've always already been classified, and the very institutions that they got their training in were the actual reifications of those classifications. Like an actual university, sure, it's a building and there's people with jobs, and but it's the material objectification of classifications in the first place. And now they're here to train you how to classify, and they're going to talk about how one of their values is critical thinking, but they're not going to teach you to do this. They're not. It's not on the agenda at your local university. In everyday life, an institution, I'm not saying that there won't be people at the institution who might be able to do that. Obviously, there might be, but that's not the goal with your rank and file student, much less professor. In everyday life, an institution or an individual never presents itself as a thing. It never presents itself purely in itself and for itself, but always as something endowed with qualities, always already qualified. For example, a person who acts, as we say, in virtue of office, I shall return to this expression, which seems to me to contain a profound social philosophy. Whether professor, preacher, or civil servant, presents themselves as endowed with social properties and qualities which may be underlined by all sorts of signs that identify what kind of social agent they are, such as formal dress, insignia, decorations, epaulettes, and so on. I don't know what that word, epaulettes. These signs These signs or insignia may also be incorporated and therefore virtually invisible, such as distinguished behavior, stylistic verve and eloquence, or received pronunciation. This is extremely important. Incorporated qualities are almost invisible, almost natural, and that would bring us back to natural classification. They provide us with a basis for social interpretation. I am anticipating the answers here somewhat, although I intended only to put the questions, but it is obvious that social life is only possible because we constantly classify, that is to say, we constantly make assumptions about the class, and not only in the sense of social class, into which we have classified the person we have to deal with. As the saying goes, you have to know who you are dealing with. These properties may be even more invisible if they are located outside the person who bears them. They may be found in the situation connecting two people in their relationship, as is the case with signs of respect. The term respect involves the notion of perception, for the properties that form the basis of classifications are properties that strike the eye and demand to be seen in a certain light, and in so doing demand the appropriate behavior in return. In everyday life. Yeah.
That, just like that. That's thick as fuck. People watching along, people, if you're reading along or you're listening along or whatever, this social interpretation, we constantly classify, we make assumptions about the class, and not just class in the Marxian sense, or the socialist sense, but
it's the 1980s. He has to just use social class, because think about it. I know that we've got Marxists in the audience, so no, but because you're in sociology, social class has a very wide range of meanings. Thanks to, W.E.B. Du Bois is the most famous example. Yep. He started to use Black people are a class. And so it's like, it's not going to make you happy if you have a rigorous materialist definition of class from the 1980s. Sorry, I keep saying the 1980s. I keep meaning to say like 1890s. The 1840s or some shit. Anyway, whatever. Continue though. Yes. So a term respect itself involves.
Yeah.
He said the term respect involves the notion of perception, for the properties that form the basis of classifications are properties that strike the eye and demand to be seen in a certain light, and in so doing demand the appropriate behavior in return.
That's just so, like, there's so fucking much there, dude. And like with specifically like the shit that I've been thinking about, the shit that I've been like trying to write about, the shit that you and I have been talking about, like reading it here. Cause like I've been trying to say like, oh yeah, value, money, the commodity, like these are all like universal translators that like allow us to be mutually intelligible to each other and allow us to have society, to have an economy, to have all these things. And it is true. Like that is what money does. That is what the commodity does. It allows us to recognize each other, because in the world today, thanks to capitalism, we don't have access to each other. Like we have access to this commodity version, this representation of each other. So we can only recognize one another as commodities, and money itself is now insufficient to the task of value, articulation, and exchange.
Mm-hmm.
So like
that media,
yes,
media, mediation, exchange, it's gotten a lot more complicated, and there's
Got
sign
way more
value in
complex.
this Baudrillardian sense. Of course, we can also get into
Yeah.
fractal value. Like, it just gets more and more complicated. Yeah, exactly. But no, not
there's
too
so
complicated,
fucking much.
because we can do certain simplifications to counter certain tendencies and then get to something real.
Yep.
If we are to believe the radical intentionality approach, which, by the way, this stream is going to segue into a premiere of our conversation with Dr. Walter Ben Michaels and his stuff on radical intentionality, and then potentially that will redirect to a Nant stream. But we'll think and talk about that more. You'll have to see in the premiere chat. But for now, I want to bring it back to this. The term respect involves the notion of perception. It's absolutely essential to always point out that Bourdieu is on the shoulder of all these giants. And one of the biggest ones lurking in the background for him is always Edmund Husserl, who is, for Bourdieu and Sartre and Levinas and Derrida and Foucault, this sort of towering master. Like, Edmund Husserl is the most rigorous of the people who ever, well, really the most rigorous approach to philosophy in the 20th century, right? Absolutely the most rigorous. The issue is he focuses on perception, the intentional object. He wants to focus on the dynamic between like the perceiver and the perceived, and how we actually mentally construct the things being perceived. This is all Kantian, but then it's like a level beyond that, because he brings all this extra equipment to that analysis. And for Heidegger and Bourdieu and Levinas and Sartre and all of them, there's problems with Husserl's approach. And the biggest problem for Bourdieu, that he says this elsewhere, is that in his attempt to sort of redo the Cartesian approach in a more rigorous Kantian, post-Kantian way, Husserl is being radically skeptical, right? He's trying to suspend everything he knows and just focus on the moment of perception, this intentional act. The issue with this is that he's cut out too many presuppositions. There's certain ones that have to be given in order to be able to think about human stuff at all. And so in his attempt to be radically scientific but not scientistic, Husserl is nevertheless scientistic and scholastic. So, you know, from Descartes to Husserl, the attempt is to rid your thinking of scientism, which is to say borrowing criteria that belong to specific objects and then importing those into the social field or into philosophy, or to scholastic, which is this sort of, oh, we're not dealing with the real world here. We're just dealing with the interpretation of texts, and we're trying to approximate spirit and its revelation to us. And between those two extremes, which are both like the bad habits of almost all thinking in the West, you have Husserl trying to do something else, but it's still too scientistic, and Heidegger shows us why. But also Heidegger and Husserl are still too scholastic, and it takes Bourdieu to show us why. And if you want to know the deep, like end of the pool kind of, reason, I'm not going to be able to unpack it here. You just have to read his Pascalian meditations in my actual lectures for subscribers. I do get into this somewhat, but the short version is the presupposition of the scholastic that is never understood by Husserl or Heidegger, and that they themselves employ, is the presupposition of distance from necessary labor. Time energy privilege is what we're talking about. They take that for granted, and they don't think about from whence cometh that time energy privilege. And it's because of the Marxian influence that Bourdieu is able to answer the question. It's because of the reduction of the overwhelming mass majority of human beings who currently live or who have ever lived or who are going to live in the near future, their reduction of all of their time energy to labor power, right? And it's their labor power on the market that makes it possible to have these occupations that are supposedly directed by nothing but a calling, directed by nothing but a love for the thing itself. Art for art's sake, philosophy for philosophy's sake. We just want to do pure ontology, pure epistemology. We want to be like Husserl or Frege. We want to be like Heidegger or Wittgenstein. And Bourdieu is over here saying, sorry, boys, you fucked up. And so right here, he's saying, you want to have this radical intent, philosophical approach to thinking about perception and to the intentional act. You're forgetting that in seeing another person, you're already seeing social properties that are themselves embedded in a field of power relations. And that field is something that we can actually analyze, even though it's not something that you're going to see when perceiving the person who's wearing the suit, or the person who looks like a billionaire, or the person who looks like he's homeless, or the person who looks like she's schizophrenic. The point is that there are ways that appearances come with social code. And with that, we know how we are supposed to react and how we're supposed to treat them, right? Oh, treat that person like a crazy person, bless his little heart. Oh, treat that, or I guess if you say bless his little heart, it's not a crazy person. You're talking about someone who's really dumb. But if you say like,
oh, bless your heart.
But if you're just trying to be boring to them, you're like, oh yeah. Okay, they're crazy. But if you're instead going to ingratiate yourself and kind of stand up straight, okay, we're talking about somebody who's very important has walked into the room. And this is why when we are doing TUCon and the turn events, we dress up. There's not going to be a single turn event that anyone's welcome to without a fucking tie. Like, this is a serious occasion. We are bootstrapping recognition into reality.
Fucking fire, dude.
That's why I'm wearing this suit right now. What the hell are you wearing a hoodie for, asshole? No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, man, my time schedule got thrown off this morning.
True.
And it's not my fault. It's not my fault.
True. I'm surprised. I'm surprised you're here at all. I'm just grateful. Yeah. No, because I messed up on the email. When I put the time out on this, I thought it was going to be 1 p.m. Eastern, but I said 11 p.m. 11 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, so it fucked everything up. But we're here and it's working, and we've got this, we've had a steady 30 people this whole time. It's amazing.
It's popping, yo.
In everyday life, social individuals classify. You have to classify to live. And to parody Bergson's saying that it is grass in general which attracts the herbivorous animal. So Bergson's saying it is grass in general which attracts the herbivorous animal. We might say that what the social subject most usually encounters is other people in general. In other words, we have to deal with social individuals, that is particular, named individuals, taking the word named in its widest sense to include nominated, as in the president of the republic has nominated, ...
This motherfucker is a master orator, dude. I'm sorry. Like,
dude, I fucking love it. Yeah. And then he says, named individuals, in this sense, nominated, who are designated and indeed constituted by a name that not only designates them, but makes them become what they are. I shall return to this point. So there's a self-fulfilling self-fulfilling prophecy aspect of it. And he talks about the way that the social image can change you at the physiological level. Let's take that back to, and I talked about this in class this week, lectures available to subscribers, but I talk about it in sociology. It's become very common knowledge that if you tell a woman or a black man, hey, statistically, kid, we're talking about like a 14-year-old black boy, and it's like, hey, statistically, kid, you're not going to do very well on the math exam. Okay, well, the statistics show that if you fucking do that to a person, it undermines their ability to perform well on the test. And then my point is, sociology is coming along and saying this, but the media is still torn between left and right arguments over why they're doing bad on the tests. But when the left versus right is constantly arguing about why they're doing bad on the tests, there's this self-fulfilling prophecy side of it where, yeah, you're going to have a Dr. Adolf Reed Jr. or a John McWhorter who gets called white because he cares and actually does a great job. But in the meantime, you got a whole bunch of other people whose identity is you have to traverse the development of identity formation vis-a-vis an ideal ego and an ego ideal that has like this sort of big other fucking telling you, no, you're bad at this thing. And that actually has some kind of an effect. And that's where, you know, there's an actual there when it comes to representation and recognition and the whole conversation around it. It's just weird that the people who know about that then go ahead and reify it in some way, right? It's fucking weird.
Yeah. Well, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, Jack.
Yeah, there you go. Charlemagne has become white. It's very obvious.
Well,
I'm kidding. That's a joke, dude.
That language, like that language, I'm blacker than a lot of people that have melanated skin. Like, that's just a fact. Like, it is a true thing that culturally I'm blacker than most of my black friends, quote unquote black friends, because most of my quote unquote black friends they're all PMC, they're all upper middle class. They lived in this world with a huge separation between the bullshit that I went through and their comfy, cozy little suburban lives, right? And the fact that the underclass world, that poverty, that danger, that strife, that struggle, that all that shit gets codified into blackness and whiteness is a terrible disservice to everyone involved, to all these children, to all these young black kids who grow up thinking I have to act black.
Right.
And, like, it is a determination unless you provide spaces and structures for these people to get outside of that, you are determining them. Like, you can only go this far. You can never go beyond this limit because necessarily you are essentially black, or from the other direction, you are essentially white. So there's always going to be this divide. And for the president of the United fucking States to sit there and just reify that, these old and outdated, I think we were beyond it at some point. I really do think that if we didn't escape it, we at least approach escape velocity.
No, this is
this racism bullshit.
Right. This is why Benjamin says that it was Lambie 4-time 3.
Yep.
That had the best discourse on race, and everything has been shit since then. It was in the 90s, guys. But, you know, what happens with every liberation struggle or every success that comes from such things is that some PMC assholes go and try to make careers out of it and bludgeon people with it after the problem's more or less solved. And in the meantime, they do that in a way that fulfills out their initial mission without even knowing that that was the initial mission of their function, which is to erase the real contradictions, the realist contradictions that constitute the social field of our time. And so bringing it back to this nomination and the fact that individuals are named and that those help the people become what they are. Let's take it back to the word deviance. Like, you're a deviant. Let's take it back to Nance. I'm a malcontent. Yep, we'll keep saying it, right? Now, there is this very sort of Rhonda Burns is The Secret and Napoleon Hill, the Think and Grow Rich sort of version of this, which is to say, don't use those words. You're cursing yourself and your existence. You have to think in a prosperity way. That's the only way to grow. But there's also this element there, and he is broaching it, and it's just to say, yes, when you are treated as the one who is the problem in the school, it becomes a feedback loop. Now, the proper thing to do in that situation probably is not like some corrective measure within that institution. It is to transplant that person into a new environment that is going to work with them. I would say this is probably the case with every ADHD person. Ritalin was abuse. Putting a child on meth is a crime. Someday
100%.
there will hopefully be consequences for the people who keep doing this. But the point is you can't force a person through all the formative years of their life to focus on things that they're not immediately interested in. That is actually inhumane. And if some people are thinking too fast to sit there and force themselves through the paces of a schooling system that was built around an old model, not fit to the times, you don't fucking try to fit that round peg in this square hole. That's the point. Yeah. No, instead we label them ADHD and then they get drugged up and then they're forced through the system. And this is what he's
instrumentalized and stultified and turned into fucking tools of economic Congress. And like, where's the human? Where's the fucking human? All you fucking self-righteous, self-sure assholes.
Yeah.
And
I'd say almost
children.
Yeah. Going with a variable length session. We cut it here. No, yeah. Let's keep going.
That's it. Fuck you guys.
Yeah. There's a couple more pages. Let's get through them. Okay. To help you understand this, I shall use the insight provided by the analogy of attribution. When a work is judged as attributed to, the word attributed has a very specific meaning in art history. It is the fact of giving a name to a picture and its painter. Everyone knows that, depending on the painter to whom a picture is attributed, our perception of the work changes, and with it, our subjective appreciation, as well as its objective value in terms of a quantifiable market price. The collectors or professional art historians who are able to change the attribution of a third-rate Dutch painting exercise a remarkable power of classification, which has important social consequences. Some of the classifications that we find at work in the social world are of the same nature. For instance, the nominations of officials by the government are binding executive acts, which have the force of law and entail all sorts of palpable consequences: enhanced respect, salary, pension, contributions, and other benefits. All sorts of social benefits in the widest sense of the term. The classifications that we handle in the social world, which are the qualities that the sociologist encounters in the shape of properties given in advance, are therefore denominations, which in a sense generate the properties of the object they nominate and create its status. This play off of the word denomination in relation to this word nomination is so deep, so fucking profound, and I'm so happy that it made it through French into English. Like, it actually carries. That's fucking epic. Yeah. And he's over here at the beginning saying, look, I'm not going to do this thing, guys, where I like play off of words and I say that the sketch, we're drawing sketches and what we're doing is sketchy, but he is going to say, you have a disposition cut out for a certain kind of position. And there are these kinds of ways that he could play off of words, and there is always but he only does it when there's a real material basis for it. And what he's denomination, we're talking about money, right?
Yep.
He's saying that certain kinds of nomination become a kind of denomination. This is essential for thinking through what you're thinking about with identity in relation to money's not enough. Money's not enough to get the things you want.
To dwell on denomination, denomination is also subcategory. Like, what denomination of Christian are you? Are you First Southern Baptist? Are you Seventh Acts or Nine Acts or whatever? So it is denomination is just subcategorizing. So nomination, the naming of a thing, it's also the proffering of a thing or the offering of a thing or the suggesting of a thing. It's also the naming of a thing. Denomination is subcategorizing. So it's further slicing it into even more tailorized bits even. or like a further ossification of the classification, the category, the typification. And attribution as well is another word that it is this kind of like double or even triple entendre where it's like, yes, it's an attribute, but it's attributed to, and like if dear audience, if you're following along and you're not aware of the fact that Bourdieu is a master of language, and yeah, this is coming through translation, so I'm sure a lot of his personal flourishes don't come through, but like, this guy's a master orator, dude. And I'm stoked that you guys are here for it.
Yeah. Also, Reflective Journey in the chat is fucking bringing the heat with some really, really good points. But maybe we can get to them later. I want to keep going for now. The insult. I told you all, this part is fucking fire. Okay. Nance, I'll let you do, I don't know, leave me the last 2 paragraphs, and then you take these ones leading up to it.
Tight. The insult. In order to illustrate this first theme, I propose to refer briefly to an article that has just been republished in a book by Nicolas Rouet, Grammaire des insultes et hautes études, the Dictionary of Insults of Others, or at others. I don't know. It's French. Fuck you. In fact, I shall be asking the same questions again, but from a different angle, with the ulterior motive of showing to what extent the boundaries between disciplines are artificial. What I am about to say will expose the vacuity of certain divisions that people are ready to die for. Divisions between sociology, pragmatics, the sociology of language, linguistics, ... In this article, Nicolas Rouet replies to a text by Milner dealing with insults and what he calls qualifying nouns. These qualifying nouns are typically what Aristotelian logic would have called categorims. Categorim comes from kategoristai, which etymologically means to publicly accuse. That is, quite clearly, to insult. A category, a categorum, is a public accusation. The word public is crucial. It means unashamed, daring to state its name, as opposed to denunciations that are ashamed to show their face. The categorum, then, is a public accusation that takes the risk of being acknowledged or rejected. Rouet notes in passing that when I call someone an idiot, I take the responsibility for this upon myself, whereas when I call someone professor, I am not taking much of a risk. Although it is true that if a left-wing intellectual says, "You are only a professor," that may be taken as an insult. As a result, I see back when Catron called us bourgeois intellectuals, I felt similarly that could have been taken either way. And I think we chose to say, thank you for calling us bourgeois intellectuals. But I think we could have easily taken offense.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Catron. Look, if you're in a relation with Catron and you don't get Catroned every once in a while, then are you really in a relation to Catron? No, you're not. And that's why Verso blacklisted him and says that anybody who associates with him will not get published, right? The reason Daniel Tutt will talk about Chris Catron on Twitter, but not with Catron at Theory Underground, is because if he were to have a conversation with Catron, then Verso won't publish his book. So yeah, everyone knows now that there's a blacklist at Verso. That's been making the rounds. But yeah, if you're a platypoid or if you are Spencer Leonard or Chris Catron, chances are you're on that blacklist, which means at this point now we are as well. Obviously, not that we were trying to get published to Verso or anything like that. Like just because Zizek got published there doesn't mean that they've maintained their their claim on some kind of symbolic capital. Yeah. In fact, I would say that getting published there is almost, it's like
a step in the wrong direction.
It's like at the opening, the salvo there. Seminar 11, Jacques Lacan, when he says, like, what Why should you listen to me considering the fact that I don't have the support of the psychoanalytic institution? Well, it's because I don't have the support of that institution, because fuck them and no one likes them, right? Well, that's how we should all feel about Verso.
Well, and this is, I mean, this is the legitimation we're talking about. This is the symbolic recognition that we're talking about, and how we're trying to play with it and construct a system of that street cred, clout, whatever. Fuck you. We're on the internet. We can call it clout.
But also self-institutionalizing legitimacy. Like, is there a way to do that?
Yeah, self-legitimation. There has to be a way to do it. We're doing it, and fuck everyone else who doesn't get it.
Yeah,
that's not true. If you don't get it,
we love you.
Welcome to
we
the
love
party.
You. We'll walk it back. We'll walk it back.
But also, no, dude. Like, look, man. Like, that's what's going on. Again, so maybe we're wrong, right? Maybe
you get it or you don't.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But also, like, that is the fucking project. We are like doing this self-legitimation thing because there is nowhere else that can do what we need it to do. So it is the case that we are doing this self-fulfilling prophecy. We are doing a nomination, but in order to escape this kind of functional, instrumental, sociological census taker logic, like, we're like, no, there's actually something going on. There's a hidden valley on the other side of that hill.
And we don't mean by self-legitimating. I think Mikey's a genius because he's been at it for 20 years and he goes hard as fuck. And I can understand what he's saying. And I understand that there's a there because I've been doing it for 10 years. And then he goes, Dave's got a concept. It's an amazing concept. Time energy is like actually based. It actually gets at everything that I've been thinking about my whole life. And it clarifies so much. And I'm going to write a book about it. And Dave wrote a book about it. And then it's this big circle jerk of like, we all wrote books about each other's works. And then Nance comes in and is like, it's true, guys. You guys are geniuses. And then we go, Nance, you're a genius. Here's a prize. And then Benjamin Studebaker comes walking in from Cambridge with his PhD, and he goes, actually, it's true. You guys are genius. And then we're all like pointing. It's like Spider-Man, and they're all pointing at each other. You're a genius. No, you're a genius. And then other people are like Sean Middlestat's over here waiting in the wing, writing like epic fucking pieces. And then he's like, I've got something, and we're like, come in here. You are a genius. And then we build out our little big boy club or whatever. No, it's not that. There is that. That is functioning for every group. Every group that is functioning, there is an element of that. Except here's the thing. Just doing that, like, there was a time when before Destiny and Vosh and Hassan and Haas and Andrew Wilson were speaking to 5,000 people live, or 20,000 in some cases. Before they were doing that, it was this little, we have serious conversations and we do 7-hour debates, right? And we bring on random experts and people from our audiences and have debates. Before that little circle jerk became what it is today, there was this circle jerk effect that, and basically, like, we could all pat each other out, like, and help build up each other's sort of image. That is not a sufficient condition for legitimation.
For legitimacy, yes, yeah.
For us to walk into a room full of academics who know what they're talking about and they go, oh, it's them, and they get serious, there's something else that has to be done. Hassan and Vosh could walk in a room. People who spend their lives researching these things are not necessarily going to go, oh, they're here, right? And you can have a world leader who sees everyone else go, oh, this person's here. And that kind of reaction when that person walks in the room, and this world leader doesn't just think, oh, is this person onto something or not? No, this person's also like, all the people here either respect or fear this person based off of not their power of force, but their power of thought. And they actually have the pulse of our moment, and they're able to speak to the most important concerns of not just the working class, but human beings in the post-class fractured mass. For that to be possible, for that kind of legitimation to get traction, that is the question. Yeah. So I just wanted to bring it back to it's not. Yeah.
We have to build structures that exist outside ourselves and outside our inner circle. We have to expose ourselves. We have to put ourselves out there. And we also have to construct like valid, viable pathways to getting access to these people in the first place, because we have some really cool professor friends, but they're not the norm. It's not the norm. Todd McGowan is not the norm. Chris Catrone is not the norm.
Studebaker's not the norm.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so finding, so there's like having the right people with the right stuff and those kinds of questions. But then there's also this performance that we do, and it brings us to the contradiction that he picked up at the beginning, and then he brought it back a few pages later on the difference between exposition and research and results and methods. And the point is that showing the results of our research is also the exposition of our methods.
Yep.
But there has to be something, if we don't just have the authority to say, I am the most important person in this field, look at all of the institutions that have signed off on my ability to speak on this matter, and look at all of the prestigious journals that I've published in and conferences that I've spoken. No, it requires doing that sort of meta conversation about method while doing research. And the point is that only in doing it are you able to show that you're doing it. And it's the work of legitimating one's approach. Rigorous argumentation is itself a form of self-legitimation. Now, there's going to be different kinds of arguments for different fields, different kinds of arguments that can get respect within different contexts, different schools of thought. But the point is, if we're just out here on the internet, it's like, it's cool if people want to just like apply theory to movies or whatever. But there's a whole other level where you're able to actually unpack the concepts and then defend them, not your usage of those concepts with a bunch of people convinced that the name of the Father has signed off on those concepts. No, we're taught, which would be like Lacanians just talking to Lacanians. What we're talking about with converdictions and the tribunal zero concept Mikey just wrote about is part of the process of making it go from self-legitimating to, no, it just is a legitimate institution. And the thing is this is a whole extra heavy lifting part of the milieu that is not required if you just want to be a scene kid or if you just want to click up in an affinity group, that is not going to work if you just got the institutional so-called position to be able to speak on the thing. And, oh, you just have the authority and end of the story. No, it's not a might makes right or they gave me the degree and therefore let me tell you. It's no, you need to do the thinking for yourself. And in doing the thinking for yourself, you actually have to follow me through me doing the thinking for myself. And in doing it, we'll all come to eventually, oh, we've got something here. And that thing that we have here is a cartography of the new situation. We're remapping a territory, which is why it couldn't be any more perfect that we are doing this in the that this is the context in which we bring Pierre Bourdieu's classification struggles to bear. With that, I'm going to read the last two paragraphs. To quote Milner, there is no class of idiots or bastards whose members would be recognizable from shared objective characteristics. The only common property... Am I on the right spot? Did I jump ahead?
No, we missed the middle paragraph here.
Oh, I said leave me the last two. Okay. Take it away. Read that one and then...
Okay.
Read the next two paragraphs. I'll take the last two. You're muted.
Fuck, I'm muted. To be brief, the census as an inventory of the population, shout out Matthew Stanley, populace versus population, attracts a consensus. Everyone agrees to think of a gendarme as a gendarme, whereas not everyone would agree to label as idiot the person that I call an idiot, unless, and this is what the linguist forgets, I have the authority to say that other people are idiots. If I am a teacher, for instance, in which case it has obvious social consequences.
I like that they always add laughter. I think that we got to have our button for laughter handy because he's a pretty funny guy. He tells jokes, every lecture. So we got to have our little people laughing button that we hit whenever we see this. But he goes, yeah, Yeah, so you call someone an idiot, I call someone an idiot. It's all relative, unless I have the authority to say that some people are idiots. And then he goes, if I am a teacher, for instance, everyone's all like nervously laughing. They're all like,
I took a DNA test and I'm 100% that bitch, by the way.
yeah.
So.
Yeah. The DNA results are in, and Nance is an idiot, according to Pierre Bourdieu has spoken.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I failed the DNA test. I thought to tease. What?
I thought you were saying that. Okay, never mind. Continue. Continue, please.
I said teacher to tease, but we could say psychiatrist, and that would be far worse. Shout out Michel Foucault. Rouet rejects Milner's distinction between qualifying nouns and, shall we say, names of professions. He argues that this is not a lexical difference and that on a semantic level, we could dispense with Milner's analyses. I let the linguistic debate stand, but I note the problem presented, which, in my opinion, is crucial. Austin's famous text on performatives had a considerable impact on me. It woke me a little from the dogmatic slumber in which we sociologists lie, since, like all human beings, we are dependent on words. We fail to be surprised by anything that the everyday usage of words routinely imposes upon us. Just as Austin revitalized the discussion of speech that claims to enact, of which the insult is a particular case, so the debate between Milner and Rouet has the merit of capturing the attention of the sociologists, who might be tempted to forget that the classes he handles are ultimately categorims, one of which is the insult. For example, when obliged to use certain insulting categorims taken from everyday life, the sociologist uses quotation marks, as does Le Monde when it quotes statements likely to be perceived as defamatory. When the sociologist encounters the insult as a categorim that engages the personal responsibility of the speaker, a categorim lacking authority, he takes his distance by placing it between quotation marks. But when he writes the word teacher, he will not use quotation marks because he knows that he speaks for the whole social world. Say it with your motherfucking chest.
I want to point to the real sort of implications of this. He had talked about how you could add the word just. You're just a professor. Or if you have the left wing person say, oh, you're a professor.
Yep.
Like it can be like an insult. This is why most people can't actually follow what we're trying to talk about when we say PMC, is because they just take it to be an insult based on their superficial reception of a superficial usage employed by superficial podcasters, right? Well, also in the framework of a sort of working class identity politics, it's a workerism. It's something that we denounce entirely. But another example would be the word Negro. It's an insult. Now, I'm not saying in the current context, like usually it's not used nowadays. It's somewhat antiquated. Some people could say it's offensive. There was, you were colored and now you're a person of color. But there was a time when Negro was just the way that you would say person of color. Of course, it took on a negative connotation. And then we could go the full route here. But the point is simply this. You go, oh, it's just purely descriptive. No, it's an insult. Depending on the context, depending on the historical moment, blah, blah, blah. Now, of course, the bigger insult is to call someone white, right? How the tables have turned, right? It's not just a classification. It is also, in this sense, an insult, right? And so that is the kind of thing that he's getting at. Same with the idiot. Now, the teacher does have the authority to say that someone's an idiot. I wish I did, man. I really wish I did in the context of the university. The fact is, if I were to say, no, he should not be here, he's an idiot, then that should actually carry weight. But considering the fact that it doesn't, I don't actually have that sort of authority that's supposed to go with the position. So no, it's more like I am the person who's walking you through a tour of some ideas, and then you're going to go on to have a job. And I'm really only supposed to grade you for pretending to care. Like no, if they're like, if a diploma meant something still, like, oh, you have a bachelor's. If it actually meant something, then the teacher would have the authority to actually be like, no, that person's a fucking idiot. But the fact is that's not the case. Now, the psychiatrist, they don't call people idiots anymore. They used to call them idiots. They used to call them retards. The biggest, best brains used to call people retards. Now we're not allowed to say it because it turns out that there's a stigma associated with being retarded. And that's why you're supposed to try not to be. But if you clinically just are, now they're going to say there's something else going on there. We have a better word of saying it. But the point is like anything you call someone differently abled, or you call them maybe in this like nicer way, they're a little slow. The point is if you try to sugarcoat it, there's a certain way where you could turn it right back into an insult. Like, watch this. Don't mind Brian Harris. Yeah. He's a little slow. Or you can say, no. Or he's much better. Special. No, much better. He's special. No, even better. He's differently abled. Like, it's like, well, I'm trying to do the polite thing, but oh, wait a minute. I was able to turn it right back into an insult with some intonation, right?
Yeah.
Brian said, yeah, this was a technical classification, idiot, imbecile, moron, etc. Alfred Binet, IQ testing, etc. Yeah, 100%. And so, the people who write the DSM-5, they're still able to sit and call someone
severely
this as
mentally
opposed
retarded.
To that. Yeah, they have fancier, more sterilized words for it that haven't become. There's a thing where like the blue collar worker is going to eventually catch wind that there's like this new term, and then it'll get reappropriated right back into the new retard. This is why you can't get out ahead of it. You can't get outside of it. The PMC wants to act like they can keep just moving flag posts or goal posts and changing words, and that'll fix reality. It's not going to change the reality where if a person needs certain social supports and doesn't have it, they're fucked. Okay? Calling them something different isn't going to change the situation. Okay, let's continue. Of course, you can be polite. At the end of the day, there's a time and place to be polite, and thankfully, you're all mature enough to follow us through this whole little path. Now, I'm going to read the last two paragraphs, and then we'll say some closing thoughts before we switch it over into paid subscriber discussion zone. To quote Milner, there is no class of idiots or bastards whose members would be recognizable from shared objective characteristics. The only common property that we may attribute to them is that they are subjected on some particular occasion to the insult in question. These speech acts are performative. They perform an insult. What is most interesting is that the very word idiot follows this logic. Idiot comes from the Greek idios or idios, I don't know, which means singular. The idiot is someone who insults all and sundry without being authorized to do so. He is liable to be dismissed as an eccentric, condemned to the absolute solitude of someone who has no one to support him. Well, the post-class fractured mass turns everyone into idiots then. That's what that means. This is the opposite to a successful performative utterance, which has to be articulated in conditions mandating the speaker to say it, in which case he has every chance of seeing his utterance translated into action. In other words, the classifications made by the insulter are very likely to backfire, with a typical rejoinder like, "And the same to you."
I know you are, but what am I?
Yeah. Womp, womp, womp. The insult backfires against the idiot. As a child might say, it takes one to see one. In other words, there are classifications which are the sole responsibility of the speaker, which are published at the author's expense, as it were. If this author is a prophetic author who has auctoritas, who is the author of his own authority, his classification may impose itself. But apart from this case, any act of imposition of meaning that is authorized only by singular subject by the singular subject who proffers it is bound to appear idiotic. I propose to show next time how the logic of the insult and the logic of scientific classification represent the two extreme poles of what a classification may be in the social world.
Damn, son.
Good job,
Bourdieu.
Bourdieu.
Yo. You're either
bars.
instrumentalizing or you're manipulating from that is what Bourdieu is kind of explicating. He's like, look, the way we use sociology, the way we use this type of like soft science, human, what they say is like a more humane approach to government or power or whatever. Like, it is either like just instrumentalizing, like you're just a worker, nothing about you matters, go work, or go to prison because you can't follow the rules, you can't get right. Or it's a manipulation in this sense of like insulting someone, saying you're just a XYZ, like this is your capacity. I am nominating you, which then this denomination effect is going to occur, and you will go on to be just the thing that you are. Just like you are just a bad person. You are just a degenerate. You are just a deviant. You are just a retard. You are like, yeah, it's that's what's fucking going on, dude. And I love it. And Bourdieu is having this approach where he's like, I mean, it's like we're going back to the things in themselves in a way. And it's fucking amazing, dude. And it's super systematic. Yeah, I love it, man. All dude, you guys that are here, you guys are privy to some dope shit right now. This is sick as fuck.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Is like there was this part of me that was like, yeah, let's just do this like we've been doing it, where it's most of the stuff we do at Theory Underground's not live, not public. Part of the reason is because we don't want to blow you all up with too much stuff. Part of the reason is because we have to have some special stuff, some secret sauce, something that makes people want to subscribe so that I can make money, so that I can actually not have to go somewhere else and work, blah, blah, blah. But the new approach is going to mean a lot more streaming. It's going to mean a lot more people just get in here. We don't give a fuck if you paid. Just get in here, and we'll figure it out later. We've got enough amazing subscribers to support me now. We've got enough to make it so that Mikey is genuinely thinking, yeah, there might be a way out of wage labor where I could just do this full time. Where Benjamin Studebaker was able to say, yep, you guys are doing it. I'm going all in. I'm 100% supporting this project. This is where it's at. And the sort of results of a lot of realizations in the last couple of weeks that I won't talk about here, just is, yeah, no, let's do this. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Let's just do it publicly. I'm going to make it so that a person who finds this series in the future can binge it while working, and they're going to get more out of it in the space of a couple weeks working full time than most college students will get in 8 years of study. Guaranteed. And this whole question of nomination and denomination, and it comes back to legitimation. It comes back to the fact that if you're on the internet and you're saying something in the comment section and you think your opinion matters, you might just be the idiot here. And the point is we are too, unless we can bootstrap our way into some sort of legitimation thing. And now the important sort of thread that I don't want to lose, and that I haven't actually made explicit, is that between formal structure and organic structure. organic legitimacy and formal legitimacy. It seems to me like Bourdieu is completely focused on the institutional form of legitimacy and the symbolic capital that can come with that. I don't know that he's really thinking too deeply about stuff like punk, but when he starts getting into Zola, in the art movement, he is going to talk about this sort of interesting way of straddling the public versus the elite, the vulgar versus the noble, and sort of how there's like this sort of, there's this way of navigating that divide where you can kind of have your cake and eat it too, but it's also dangerous. It's dangerous. What were you going to say there?
I was just going to bring that up. Like when he's going into art, I think he is kind of grappling with this notion of organic as opposed to institutional legitimacy. Dude.
So wait, you think he is getting into it?
I think he's somewhat. I definitely don't think he's bracketing it out. Like I definitely think it's an open question for him. I don't think he's like, let's investigate this deeply. But yeah, like I think he allows for it. But it's not. Yeah, like I think he sees it and he recognizes it. But doesn't treat it the same as he's treating this kind of institutional legitimacy, institutional recognition.
Let's bring it back to, before we close out, Will keeps joining and leaving. Will, you just got to get in here, man. You better be a part of the conversation in a second. Folks, we're about to switch to the discussion portion that is just for subscribers. I'm going to start by asking people some socioanalytic questions, and I'm just going to get it moving. Nance and I'll hang out for at least another half hour, but if it goes for 6 hours, we don't give a fuck. We're here for it. The last thing I want to say to the public side is to reiterate what Nance was saying about the turn. And so the point is if you want Nance, myself, and Studebaker to read your work and actually give you honest feedback when we're all suited up and taking it, suited, okay, but we're going to be professional. And the point of the turn and having your turn at TU in a given month, if that's something that like registers with you as valuable, if that's something that you're thinking, okay, I don't know really what I'm going to do with this, but I know I can do something with that. That's going to help me on my path. Well, then you're not just going to become a subscriber to access the things that are currently shown on the website. In fact, here's what I'm going to say. Everything I'm about to show you in the PSA is to be disregarded. Just give us your money, and then we'll give you more value than you pay us. We'll make sure that it's reverse capitalism. Reverse capitalism is when you get more value than you pay for consistently from people who are overworking themselves to make sure that the value gotten is non-economic, okay, in terms of symbolic exchange. So just give us their money. And here's the thing is if you're coming in at the $15 level, you'll be grandfathered in at a higher level. If you're coming in at the $30 level, you'll be grandfathered in at a higher level. If you want to be a part of the turn, though, if you want to actually have us read your work, you're going to want to sign up at the $75 or higher level. Okay, there will be potential for getting a turn when you're not. Like if you're just doing advanced work and we want to give you that opportunity, sure. But we're just saying $75 a month is not a lot considering the fact that it's 3 of us and each of us paid hourly. It would amount to a lot more than that. But also it helps us. And so you get a chance to have your work read by us once per month. Well, if you sign up at the $75 level, you're going to get transmutated here into the $100 level at TU once we've made the switch to the new framework. And if you do it at the $99 level, you'll be getting the value of $150 on the new tier system. So we're not going to unveil everything about the framework. I don't want to put you all to sleep. I don't want to turn this into a big commercial or whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying that if you want to get out ahead of things, the new framework is going to be awesome. It's bringing this, we read your work element. And with that, all the stuff that we did at TUCon, we're kind of making that a regular part of what goes on behind the scenes here. And it's a great way to get involved. It's a great way to take your thinking to the next level. It's a great way to prepare yourself to have something worth saying later on, which is always what it's about with, look, when you go and you work out at the gym, the idea is there's going to be a payoff over time, and eventually it's going to be obvious. The same thing is true at the level of the intellect. It just takes longer for it to become obvious. And if you're in that position where you have a lot to say, and when you try to talk about it, people around you don't want to engage with it, you feel like you've got the secrets of the universe figured out and you've got so much to say, but you start talking about it and people keep saying the same dumb things, or they just keep misrecognizing what you're saying, or they keep thinking that you're just some blowhard who's mansplaining. Part of the issue is what Bourdieu just laid out with the idiot. The point is not that what you are saying is wrong. The point is that it's not just how you're saying it either. It is, do you have that special something that comes with legitimation? And part of the pressure cooker for genuine legitimation is belonging to an actual intellectual milieu where people seriously engage with your work, not where you're just throwing it out onto a Substack and then people maybe like it and restack it sometimes. Anything you want to say in close there about the turn, or anything else, Nance?
I think, first of all, Caravaggio in the chat asked a question that I think when it comes to, look, the majority of us theory bros or whatever, we're disaffected young men. And I think this question's a little sensational. Okay, but will it help them get laid?
Yes.
But I think you're asking a genuine question. Like, is this a pathway to connection, to companionship, to communication? Yes. Becoming a better thinker, becoming a better communicator will help you be less lonely. Let's face it, folks. Here in the future, in the post-class fractured mass, we are fucking lonely. We are miserable. We spend our time on the internet. We spend our time hating the world and ourselves. And a huge part of this is just learning how to be a better person, learning how to be a better subject, learning how to not be so, wound up in the thoughts that you have nowhere to express. You can't take them anywhere. You can't express them anywhere. So that it turns into a big fucked up knot in your brain, and you just become like a weird fucking weird guy. Yeah. I think there is a pathway to having it easier in that regard. And that's, yeah, it's funny. Haha, funny joke, but it's a valid question. Caravaggio, there are a lot of disaffected young men out there that have nowhere to turn. So there's that, but also the reverse capitalism thing, like, that's real, guys. Like there is like a lot of thought that goes into, like, we're doing work. We're expending effort. Like we are doing a lot. Dave's doing a million things right now. Like there's an awful lot of spiritual energy tied up in all the shit that's going on. And it is a genuine concern that we're not just kind of like ejaculating onto the fucking internet and like rolling over and going to sleep. Like, it does matter. It is important that the energy that we expend here is actually transmuted into a readily available, productive resource for the participants in the scene, the nascent milieu. So yeah, take that shit seriously. Like, we really genuinely are trying to move mountains, not in the sandbox with Tonka trucks, but we're out there in the Alps with big diesels and shit. We're trying to move these motherfucking mountains.
Yeah. I'm trying to build a big diesel. And you're helping me. I want to say two things. One is what I have up on the screen. Nance, you can't see it. But it's Bourdieu's image. And what I want to say about that is, obviously, a sexy motherfucker. Yeah, he's looking real good. But here's the thing. What if you're ugly as shit? Well, check out this picture. Who do you think got more pussy? Bourdieu or Jean-Paul Sartre? The guy who looks like Emperor Palpatine mated with a frog, like Yoda and Palpatine, maybe, I don't know, like produced this thing called Sartre. He got more pussy than anybody in human history. In fact, it's the reason Steven Crowder counsels him. Steven Crowder cancels Sartre for fucking so many 16-year-olds. But you think those 16-year-olds weren't like chomping at the bit? Shut up. There was a line out the door and down the street for a chance to ride this ride.
Good.
Yeah, he said you have to be this tall to ride this ride. And then they were like, okay, but how old? Yeah, well, but the point is like he was getting it. I'm not saying that it's admirable. I'm not even saying that that's the right approach. I actually prefer what somebody in the chat said here, which was Reflective Journey went, don't get laid, get married.
Married.
Dude,
yes.
You know, yeah, don't rush into it. Find the right person, blah, blah, blah. But of course, I will tell you that there was a long period of my life where I cared more about getting laid than I did about quality relationship. And quality relationship's a hard thing to find, and it does matter a lot more because the whole just chasing to get laid, it just doesn't add up. But even then, if you want to, you still have to figure out how to work a social field. Because in the traditional calculus, just playing a little bit of game here, folks, in the traditional calculus, the man is only the man if he's got the it factor. And the it factor is not a psychological thing. It is a social field thing, and it can be legitimated. And it might look very different if we're looking at Jean-Paul Sartre versus Bob fucking Dylan. But the point is if you've got the it factor, it's because you've found a social field that you can navigate well. And if you can navigate a social field well, the problem will not be how to get laid. It will be trying to avoid getting laid with the wrong people, which in my case means anyone other than my wife. But in a lot of people's, it's a problem. You actually have to like put up boundaries and barriers and avoid people. And it actually requires some evasion to not end up in a situation where you're having a hard time saying, no, go away from me. Right. So I'm just saying, if you have the opposite of that problem, you're not putting up barriers and trying to ward off people. You're instead looking for people. Well, then maybe you just need to read some books and develop yourself so that when you speak, you don't sound like a fucking idiot. All right. And with that, we're going to play the old PSA. Like I said, take it with a grain of salt. Don't get lost in the letter. Just subscribe. Bye.
Peace, YouTube.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best editing collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing. Where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McCarrickers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people, Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god, it's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Patrons, thank you. Oh, okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons, thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? Fuck. You guys, please. Just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You do it. You did so good. Thanks, guys.